Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Monday, June the 12th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. A couple of yeses. Let me know. You can hear me, see my screen. I got a couple of yeses, so that means we're good to go. So look at this ASST, guys. So I guess we're still not over with any company putting an AI in their press release. They said they're going to use AI to do whatever they do. And I mean, remember, this was basically a $1 stock, got all the way up to 337. A couple of levels that it took out that were key was 209 on the weekly chart. And then briefly, anyway, and it's got up to 336, a little pullback, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. I did take a little bit of this. I'm out completely, but see what happens, because I mean, if it can hold this 3 level, I mean, the next high looking left on the weekly chart is way up here around $7. So we're still, I mean, companies still, this is what I'm talking about, by the way. Asset entities develops an AI bot as part of its suite of services on Discord. So put AI in the press release, and I guess there are still some who are going to chase. This NDAQ guys just getting absolutely thumped here. NDAQ getting thumped. And this is because they bought KDNY, NDAQ. So down 10% so far. Wow, that's a massive gap down. Look at the daily chart. Look at the weekly chart. Next low looks like about 5106. So say 51. So maybe 51 is some support. But the reason they're down is because they bought KDNY. And here's why, of course, KDNY is up. And that's kind of typical. The acquiring company gets hammered. I don't know what the by Chinook in the race to treat rare kidney disease is receive 3.2 billion or $40 a share in cash. So it is a complete cash deal. Okay. Anyway, that is the reason that KDNY is up and NDAQ is down. CCL, guys, yeah, CCL. You know, this is a sector that I've really not paid very much attention to the last little while. So CCL is up, a couple of upgrades for it, for one from JP Morgan, a $16 price target, Bank of America, a $20 price target. So when I saw CCL, I thought, okay, what are the rest of them doing? And this is, you know, I had no idea, quite frankly, but look at RCL. RCL has been on a great run. Come on. RCL has been on a great run over the last, say, month and a half, from 60 to 93. I mean, even the position and lifetime range, I mean, it's 63%. The one that's really lagging is Norwegian, NCLH. NCLH is really kind of lagging. When I look here, I mean, it hasn't broken out this weekly. So I don't know. Maybe keep an eye on NCLH going forward. I always thought of Norwegian as sort of being the deluxe of the three of them, a little more expensive, etc. IFBD, as Tank pointed out, I can't find another. I don't know if anybody else can find any news on IFBD. I don't see any news on IFBD. It's a China stock, low float, up 54%. Don't see any news. Now, on Friday, we had this one, the AHI, not China. It's Australian stock, but this was a low floater that went absolutely nuts. We didn't see any news on this. So I was wondering, okay, will this be the start of these low floaters that go crazy on no news? So maybe the IFBD is will be the one today. I don't know. But this was a huge win for a lot of us. I'm afraid a little bit nerve-wracking because it got halted a couple of times. Still pretty good though right now, 13%. Has not given it up. Then we have an Alzheimer's play. Now this CYTH, now it did pop up to $2, dropped back down to 179. It's Alzheimer's disease patent allowance in Europe. Okay, so this is to do with Alzheimer's. So we'll have to see what happens. 5 million in the float, it's a very low float, over the 200-day moving average. This is CYTH. And rum is the trade of the week, and it's kind of interesting, okay? Because when you look at the weekly chart, look at all the resistance around 1050. I think the high right there is 1054. Look at all the resistance. So between, I mean, we're at 1041 right now. I know the trigger is at 1046. If I were going to take this, I would have to wait for about a 1057 break. You know, right there, the high right there is 1054 that week. Because if it does, then you look left on that weekly chart and the next highs are way up here. Okay, 1278. So this has got a really interesting look to it if it can take out that 1250 level. And that is our RUM, RUM. And the ASST, again, I'm not in this anymore, but ASST doesn't look like it's completely over yet. So again, it's above that high, that weekly high, 302, $3, 302 and $3. So it's still above those weekly highs. Hearing FRZ, this is not shortable for me. Remember, these are the clowns that tease some momentous announcement here. I think was here this day. Anyway, I don't see any. There we go. I thought they probably were going to have a. When I saw this, I thought, well, are they doing a financing? And the answer is yes. $8 million public financing, or 8 million, well, public offering. So that is the AFRZA, and it is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. So we're in for actually a pretty decent open, guys. Yeah, let's see, the SPY is up 1.37. So we're in for a decent open right now to start the week off. Second week of the test drive signups. Let me just see. I think we had about 1,500. Oh, we had 1,646 signups for the test drive. Last time we had 945. So definitely some interest in the test drive this go around. And we still have a week to go. Yeah, I mean it's a lot of companies have, obviously, I mean, we had a huge peak sort of at the height of the pandemic, lots of people staying at home, trying to learn how to trade and all that. A lot of people, of course, went back to work, but we seem to be regaining again. So that's good for us as a company. Yeah, it's over. Taurus, the link is gone. The last sign up was Friday, 11:59 p.m. Eastern time, Friday night. So the test drive, Sam, so the test drive ends on next Tuesday. Okay, there'll be another promo code probably towards the end of this week. We had the 30% promo code, the early test drive or the early bird, as we called it. It did expire. A little surprised. Sometimes it goes for an extra day, even though the emails say say at 11:59 p.m. Sunday night. But a lot of times it does get extended for one day, but not this time. So there will be another promo code. It'll be probably for 25% off towards the end of the week. But I think a lot of people took advantage of that 30%. I can just sort of see a jump in the subscriptions. So yeah, the Blue Apron, boy, Blue Apron had a, a big day on Friday for sure. Got all the way up to 1050. A little bit of a drop. Let's see if it holds though, this area. I mean, Blue Apron had a big, there was some, I sort of remember the news. All right, 9/11. Let me take a look, see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. There they are. See if there's any activity. A little more activity. Okay, let me get some of them in here. This is from briefing.com, upgrades and downgrades. If there's anything interesting. No earnings plays that I can see, by the way. Nothing, there aren't any, but there's nothing that I saw in the pre-market that were meeting my filter requirements, either on the upside or the downside. Oracle, I think, has earnings after hours today, ORCL. There I see the two upgrades for Carnival, CCL, one by JP Morgan, one by Bank of America. Now I'll get the downgrades in. Yeah, nothing that I can see. What I'm looking for all the time is one stock. Are there being upgraded by various firms or downgraded? The only one I do see is, of course, the CCL, upgraded by a couple of, but I don't see anything else. And so you're gonna have to tell me how to pronounce your name. I use briefing.com. Okay, briefing.com. Somebody asking me where do I get my upgrades and downgrades. Briefing.com. It's free. You just have to give them your email, and then they'll send it to you at about 10 after 9 Eastern time to your email. Okay. Well, depends what you mean by support and resistance, Sasha. I mean, there's no real highly scientific. I mean, my idea of support might be completely different from yours and 10 other people. So there really isn't any way. Okay. I mean, all I do is I keep looking left on a weekly chart or a daily chart to check to see where, but some people might say, well, that's not the way to do it. It's only one day of a high. Why would that be resistance? Well, that's the way I look at it. But so there really isn't because it's just not. Again, there's too many different ways that people use support and resistance. So there's just not one way. Yeah, briefing.com. I don't even know what else. I mean, you can go to their website and they've got lots of information. Most of it's free. I'm not even sure if there is a subscription part of briefing.com. But the certainly that little service that sends me the upgrades and downgrades, that is free. They just, they just ask for your email. Well, as I say, we're in for a positive open. So let's take a look at the major sectors. I'm going to click on new from our toolbar, click on dock channel bar, and then show more and take a look at the sector status. Wow, look at retail, guys. Interesting. All right, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. XLE, the major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE. So when you see 100% in red, what does that mean? That means that 100% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from Friday's close. That's what that means. And as I said, we're in for a pot. So that's the only, that right now, as we speak, that is really the only negative sector, because every other sector is certainly well above 50%. Okay, so that is so interesting. Energy stocks right now, as we speak, are weak. Okay, how did I do show more? So if I get rid of this, so I click on new from the toolbar, click on dock channel bar, and if I scroll down right at the bottom here, underneath YouTube, you see show more. Okay, and you just click on the show more, and that'll show all. I don't know why. I really don't know why I've asked them not to do that, but they don't listen to me. I don't think there's a major clamor to have a show more and not see all the channels all at once. But anyway, that's just me. They seem to think that that's what customers want. So now let me take a look at these sectors with respect to the 200-day moving average. So you see energy, and was trying, there's that blue line, that's the 200-day moving average, so it's still below the 200-day moving average. I'm really interested to see what retail is doing though, because yeah, look at that, guys. So retail touched the 200-day moving average on Friday and pulled back down, closed below it. But we'll have to see again today. Can today be the day that it finally gets through that 200-day moving average? Consumer staples, XLP, another one that kind of touched the 200-day moving average, but still below. Healthcare, XLV. Boy, this is a theme, guys. Touching the 200-day moving average on Friday, but not quite getting through. Industrials, XLI. Yeah, that's not even close. So that is moving further and further away from the 200-day moving average. A big one, financials, was getting closer. Yeah, we're getting closer to that 200-day moving average. Still a bit ways to go. There we go. So there's that blue line right there. And this is the one, discretionary, XLY, way above it. At least it was. Yeah, well above it and climbing away. The materials, XLB. It's starting to creep down towards it, but still above it. And then, of course, we've got communications way above the 200-day moving average. Can't even see it on my chart. Here it is, way down here. And technology, two two stars really, communications and technology. So again, as I say every time, the one to really watch though, of course, is financials. The day it takes out that 200-day. There it is right up there. All right, guys, we've got what, another 10 minutes before the market opens. Yeah, NDAQ continues to make its way down on that. Well, I thought maybe 51 might hold it. We've got 50. This low here is 51.10. So it's a little bit below that low here in the weekly chart. Takes that out, and the next lows are around 50. And again, they were just getting beaten up because of the acquisition they've done. Yeah, okay, so the question is, my screen basically shows the interface of the trade idea. Yeah, this is trade idea software. Yes, this is what I'm using in the pre-market. Okay, this right here, pre-market actives up and down. Once the market opens, I'll shut this down and we'll see, the AI, we'll see the momentum up, some other scans that I'm sharing. Well, one of the things you can do if you haven't done already, AS, if you haven't done already, I mean, when you say has product training, depends what you mean by that. I mean, the guide shows you how you can create your own alert window, your own top list window, things like that. How you're going to use it will be up to you. Okay. Now I'm sharing a lot of scans. I'll show you the scans. The scans that I'm sharing, and then we have a lot of scans from our channel bar. Well, for instance, if you didn't want to make your own scans at all, so on my homepage, if you scroll down, you see here are some of the scans that I'm sharing. This is the pre-market actives up and down, etc. Okay, but we have a lot of scans that we are sharing also from this toolbar. You click on new and then docked channel bar. These are all theme-based channels. Okay, we have an after hours channel, a pre-market channel. So but to get going, to understand what an alert window is and all, what I'd be doing is this. I just got to find, there we are. So on my home page, okay, so doing your own alert. Well, first of all, on my home page, okay, if you click on my home page link, you'll see one of the sections is called Get Started. Okay, getting started. So, I mean, you don't have to look at them all, of course, if you've already done your download and install and your first startup and login and all that. It'll take you about 30 minutes to cover all these videos. But here's an alert window. First of all, important intro to scans, episode 7, top list, episode 8, alert windows, episode 9. You want to build your own scans. Now, here's the deal. I can't tell you, what scan is going to work for you. But if you have a certain trading style, great. And you want to build your own scans, if you right click, say, take an alert window and right click and configure and search. So you see, we have a lot of, these are all real-time alerts, the new high and the new low of the day. That's probably the two most popular real-time alerts we've got. But we have a lot of other real-time alerts. All depends on your trading style. And then when you get down to these icons, these are the filter icons, and so we have a lot of them because, lots of different trading styles, thousands of customers. We had to create a lot of them so that the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. I can't tell you what your alert's going to do. All I can tell you though is how you can start. You go to that guide and new alert window, and now it's up to you, to create the alert that you want, maybe with a price range that you're looking at, a minimum volume, all sorts of things like that. The other thing is, do not get hung up, and anybody else who's listening, on how many different real-time alerts we've got and all the filters we've got. You don't have to learn them all. Well, it depends what you can always give us an idea about what your custom scan is looking for, minimum volume, price range, things like that, and we can try to help. Well, you can actually I mean, you have to give me maybe half an hour or so, maybe even 45 minutes. When the market opens, I'm going to be a little bit busy. But if you put in your requirements, I mean, it's possible that I can help. You know what I would do? I would put it in the trade ideas questions. Okay, so it'll stand out. Okay. Yes. So just put it in. If you can find the trade ideas questions, just put it in there. And if I can't help, if it's something that I mean, we have other traders at Trade Ideas, okay, and maybe they've got a scan that's similar. I'm way more. First of all, I'm an intraday trader, and I'm way more of an intraday or a momentum trader. I'm liking to see stocks near the high and low of the day. That's kind of what I specialize in, if that's the right term. You're talking about Intelia, NTLA. Oh yeah, okay. Through just not very much volume yet. Is there news on this one? I mean, I know that higher after the company announced the data. Okay. So they did have a little bit of news. The volume will obviously pick up through the 200-day moving average. I guess that's what you're looking at. Now, guys, IEP, keep an eye on this one, okay? Carl's stock. This is such an important level for it to maybe take out. If it can take out the high right there is 28.70, okay? 20, well, there it is. So it's at 28.70 right now. That's the high in that daily chart. And then the next high, looking left, is 32. 32. So 28.70, and then the next high is 32 on the daily chart. So I would really be keeping an eye on IEP. Not very much volume yet. Oh, CVNA. I heard it. I was hearing it. But here we go. Carousel short report. Okay. You're right. I don't see it yet, but it hasn't hit my IB headline, but that's probably obviously the reason why it's heading down. Interesting. There's 722,000 shares available, Interactive Brokers to short. Really, a minute already. Okay, guys. Well, let's have a great start to this trading week and kind of the last week of the test drive. I know next week there is Tuesday, but so I'm going to get rid of this and get set for this open. I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. Well, the big level then would be 1755 for Carvana. CVNA takes that out. It's about $1 away. That's the low of a couple of days ago. And then underneath that is 15. So let's see if this Carousel short report really keeps slamming it down. Okay, guys, we're now open for business. All right, ASST is still kind of holding 3. And again, the high is just around 3 right here and 302. So it's still hanging above these two weekly highs. It still has a shot, guys. I mean, anything is possible, of course, but there's the high. The next high in the weekly chart is 7. Hey guys, rum has triggered. Okay, it is early. And AHI is on the move here, guys. Again, this one went crazy on Friday afternoon. Couple of halts. This is the one I think I got fairly lucky in. And if it takes out the high of Friday, which is 328, the next high in the weekly chart is way up here at 437. Okay, guys, ASST, the longer it holds over that say 305, 306 mark, I mean, this could keep running. ASST. And right on script, ASST is continuing to run here. CCL breaking 14. Next high looks like around 1420 for CCL on the weekly chart. Okay, now here's the one with no news that we could find anyway. IFBD, no news that we could find. This did get up to $3 in the pre-market, it's pulled way back. And it's another low float China stock, low float China. Southwest Airlines, guys, love is showing up in my 10-day daily breakout. Interesting. It looks like there's some resistance between here and 32. This rum is really interesting. There's the high, 1054 in the weekly chart. It's at 1058 right now. Takes that out, maintains that. What's the volume like? Pretty good volume. But the big deal is that the next high, looking left on the weekly chart, is 1275. So you're talking over $2 from the next high. Again, not saying it's going to get there. I guess CTLT is an earnings play. I know Real mentioned this one. It didn't maybe the volume was too light. I think the volume was too light because it's 250,000 and 222 of it is right here. So I didn't see it. So CTL, so a huge potential gap fill for CTLT. Again, not too many earnings plays today. We have our first halt of the day, BENF on the way down, BENF on the way down. This is a SPAC, isn't it? Maybe not. No. Well, I know what happened. This was a SPAC, turned into BENF on Friday. Again, IFBD continues its move on no news that we can find anyway. Well, CCL now at that level, this level right here on the 1420 level. The next high is, yeah, well, 1426. After that, the next high is 15. So this is, still has some room on a weekly chart for CCL. Rum, guys, rum, rum, rum. And I'm just waiting for the first AI trade. I want to call it a trade, the first AI alert. Nothing happens in this window until at least 9:35. So we're at 9:37 right now, just waiting for the alerts to happen. G triple I. Let's see what sort of volume there is. It just broke down through 20. This was an earnings play back here. Big pop on earnings. So second day continuation, but sold off. It's kind of been selling off sort of little by little. Underneath 20 right now. No volume though. No volume. You you look at Unity, guys. Unity is a big sell-off right now. Pretty big sell-off. Again, this is the one tied in with Apple and their new device. All right, things have slowed down a little bit now. Usually get a lot more alerts. Certainly in the first 15 minutes, I'm not getting any new alerts right now. Take a look at NPWR. What is it doing? Wow. Oh, okay. This is looks like maybe an IPO from last week. NPWR. So again, I'm not 100% sure if it was an IPO or a SPAC that turned into NPWR. Regardless, it's trading and it started trading as NPWR last week. Oh, Vera in the pre-market. Vera had earnings, I believe. No, I'm thinking something else. And Vera did not have earnings. But look what could happen, guys. Look at VERA. I'd be sticking a price alert around 971-ish, 970. You can see if it can take that out, look left on that weekly chart, and it's got a ton of room up to almost 20. So I remember that this had a horrible, horrible week. Maybe it's even one day on some news. It is a bio. Rum, guys. So rum triggered at 10:46. And again, this is a very good looking weekly chart. Well, guys, look at the CTLT now. I mean, there's a massive gap up to that 50 level, $42 right now, just surging here on its earnings report. Quotes are not delayed. No, it's all using our real-time data. You can't change the vertical scale of a chart. Okay. Eventually you will be, not right now, MX. That was a question in our YouTube room. You cannot change the vertical scale of a chart. Take a look at AMLI, guys. Big float. See if there's any news. Completes the strategic investment in Surge Battery Metals. Float though, 203 million in the float. The rum is not on the 10-day daily breakout. No. Why? Well, it could just be sneaking in now. So there's a relative volume of 8. Okay, so remember on my 10-day daily breakout, here are my filters. I think 500,000 was the minimum also. 500,000 shares, so just sneaking in. Okay, so then if it makes another high, my guess is that it's going to show up because you just see it's at 8, but it's right at 8.5 now. And 500,000 shares is just over 500,000 shares. So two filters probably weren't met at the beginning. Definitely not the volume. No, XPEV. What a pop for XPEV here, guys. China EV player, of course, coming into the 200-day moving average. 1020, 1026. Now, CHPT, of course, got weakened immensely on Friday with this news about Tesla and GM and their charging stations. And will CHPT be left out in the cold? Okay, we have a couple of or three AI alerts now. There's a firm has been in the news ever since I guess their news about Amazon last week. Do I have the ability? I can only speak, of course, for my broker. And at my broker, there are no shorts available right now. That's Interactive Brokers. Who's your broker? Yeah, so does Tracy, I mean, I can only, of course, speak for my broker, and that's Interactive Brokers, and they could try to do a locate, but of course, I'm not interested if they have to do a locate. This is what I'm talking about. This contract will be available for short sale if the shares can be located. So when I see that, I just forget about it. All right, first 15 in. Okay, now let's take a look at so the CTLT is the only one I can see on a as an earnings play, CTLT. If Vera is getting into this high of a few weeks ago, a few months ago, really, 973 is getting closer. Takes that out. Look out, guys. I mean, this has got all sorts of room. So XPEV is shortable for me. So the big deal about XPEV right now, sorry, XPEV, 1026 is a 200-day moving average. Well, that's stall it. Well, that's stop it. And getting beaten up here, guys. So the problem I've got with CHPT, I know it's showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. The problem I've got right now to take it immediately, I mean, it's almost a lifetime low, but a couple of daily, in fact, all I have to do is stick a price alert around 781. Okay. Because if it takes out these two little daily candles, the bottoms are around that 780. I believe that'll be a lifetime low. And in which case, becomes way more attractive. Well, those two upgrades by Bank of America and JP Morgan certainly putting a shot into CCL. Let's take a look at NCLH, see if it's being dragged along at all. The answer is kind of yes, guys. I mean, you know, if you this 1865 is the next high looking left, then after that, it's got room to the 21 level. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but let's see if NCLH, the Bank of America maintains neutral, raises price target to 19. Wow, it's at 18 now. Hey, CTLT is installed at all? Now, this is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, 4.8 million shares. So there, but boy, look at that gap. Is it running higher, CVNA? So the memes won't let, wow, amazing. The memes won't let this go. Well, I mean, there's a war right now, guys, between Carousel and the, I'll call them the memers. Wow, missed it, missed it, missed it, missed it. AHI, shoot. Well, the next high looking left is 436. All right, let's see if these things start to settle down here. AFRM. So we had an alert at 1819. Now let's take a look left. The high is 1958. So there is room. There's definitely room for AFRM that wants to keep going. I mean, again, the high over here is 1958. So that is over $1 away for AFRM. The low today, 1810. Okay. I'm warming up to this AFRM. It's kind of chopping around a little bit, topping tail, bottoming tail. Let's see if it can take out 1826 again. And just because of the room it's got, guys, when you look left, it's got quite a bit of room. But so I'm going to put an alert right around here, 1827, and see if it takes it out later. Or this sand is getting beaten up, guys. Sand is really getting beaten up here. SAND. Maybe some support around 450, maybe. Three M guys, 3M is on the move here. 3M, a little bit on the move. MMM. The next high looking left is 102.51. Okay, there's the affirm back again. It's so kind of choppy, kind of choppy. Again, I'd love to see it really take out this 1827 and hang there. The big spread, sorry, big float, 208 million in the float. Wow, it's still choppy. Hey, it's still very choppy, guys. So again, I keep setting my alert here. It hits it, but then it drops. So again, 1827 again. Well, this one's got some room, guys. TOST. Looking left on the weekly chart. Okay, is it going to stay now? Is a firm going to stay in this level now? All right, guys, I took some of the AFRM in around 1827. Fairly tight stop. What's the stop that you have here? Yeah, there's no way I have a 1746 stop on it. And see if I can finally just break out of this area. Still pretty choppy. There's a CCL making another new high. Here's Williams TMC. I don't know if you're still in this one, William TMC. I know I had a little bit of a move last week. Maybe a follow through, a bit of a follow through. What did AHI get up to? 388. Excuse me. The next high was or is 442 on the weekly chart. Come on, Affirm, move. Let's think a price ordered up around 1835. Hey guys, Don is trying to recover from the financing. I guess last week, the next high looking left for Don is 1382, and then after that, excuse me, around 1430, 1440. That's DAWN. Oh, this was an active one last week. MGOL. Come on, AFRM. All right. Finally, a little bit of a nicer move now for AFRM for me. Again, guys, the watch list, the AI is like a watch list, okay? You don't have to get in right at the, you don't have to take any trade, of course, but I would be watching these all day long. You don't have to get in right at the entry price. You can watch to see how it's trading. All right, guys. Well, the rum is definitely working well. I mean, on that 1050 break, all that room it has, RUM. Well, I said I bought the AFRM at 1827. Maybe you didn't hear me. But don't listen to me. I mean, when I say that, because I say I'm buying something or whatever, and you have to make up your own mind whether it makes sense to you. Okay. I just kept saying affirm. It's an AI alert was at 1819. I kept waiting to see if it would hold the 1825, 1827 mark. I put a bunch of price alerts, kept popping into it, then dropping. And then eventually I said, okay, I'm going to take it now. But I mean, that's up to you. This is not a room in which I am going to tell you what to buy, what to sell. And if you get into something, please don't, wait for me to tell you, well, should I take some off now? You have to have some kind of a trading plan. And that's just not directed to you. It's directed to anybody listening. The rum, I mean, I mentioned rum like only a handful of times saying this is the trade of the week. Big level for it to take out. Look left on a weekly chart, 1050, massive level for it to take up or to take out. If you look at a weekly chart, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 weeks, in which that 1050 was kind of a level that it could not get through. Gets through that level, and then you look left on a weekly chart, and the next high is about 1270. That's a lot of room for me. I always look left. Where could the stock stall at the next high? That's how I trade. Okay. That's not necessarily how anybody else should trade. American Airlines, guys, even American Airlines is getting into it. Now, I look at this and think there's got to be a lot of resistance around 1680, but American Air AAL getting into it. Let's see how Now there's Vera, guys. VERA. Man, oh man. Okay, I mean, look left. I mean, there's a ton of room. 1953. Terrible spread right now. 947, 967. So it's a terrible spread. But boy, oh boy, this has got a ton of room. I'm going to reset my price alert and see if it takes it out again. You know, it's a fairly low float, 26 million in the float. I can't remember what happened here, but got clobbered down to bio. Probably some bad data. So if you're in the rum, guys, RUM, if you're in the rum, approaching 11, whole number. Oh, let's take a look at the AMLI, guys. The AMLI. Now, what's there to like or not like about it? Well, what I don't like about it is that when you look left, it looks like there's little resistance areas. Okay, that it's not clean. In other words, when I look left, I see a high up here at 229, 229. It's very, very different from say looking at the rum. When you look left and you saw about $3 until the next high. So I don't like it. Doesn't mean it's not going to run like heck, but I just don't like it. How do I normally set it? Well, just like you see, 15 daily and weekly. Question was, how do I normally set up my three charts? Here they are, 15-minute, daily and weekly. I have the daily and the weekly, so I can quickly look left to see where the next highs are. Okay, guys, run through 11. And the way I trade, I don't have a lot of fancy indicators on my charts. I just don't. I just don't. The only thing I really have on my charts is I don't know why that is in purple here. That should be the that should be the. There is no. Has this not been trading for 200 days as rum? Anyway, I usually have the not usually. I have the 200-day moving average on my daily chart. Can't see it on Vera. It's way up here at 1268. Okay, now I was saying earlier that Unity was a bit of a sell-off, but right back up, right back up. Look at this. Very tough for me anyway. Very tough intraday trader, 35.55. And then it pops right back up to 37. The high last week was about 38. Right, affirm, yes. And next high looking left on the daily is 1967. And when I say this, I'm not saying it's getting there. It's just that I like to take chart resistance as one of the reasons why a stock won't keep moving higher out of the equation. Ooh, one of the Pack B. Now, where could Pack B go? Is it showing up in the AI? Pack B. Now, the next high looking left looks like it's around 1432, which is pretty close. 1420, too close. Okay. So If I were trading this, I'd wait for a 1420 break, because then when you look left, the next high is way up here on the weekly chart of 1662. So I would not personally be taking this unless it broke out over 1420. Doesn't mean I'll absolutely take the trade, but I will not take it unless it takes that out. Should be very close. Very, very close. That high right there is 1420, so it's almost right there. Mm. Guys, I've just taken some of the AFRM off, covered some, or not covered, but sold some. Again, I'm not telling anybody how to trade it. This Pac B though, Pac B is really interesting. You just kind of see, I mean, what did it do? It got up in the pre-market. That's at 4 o'clock Eastern time. Got up to 1470. See if there's any news on this one. Don't see any. It's a big float, 240 million in the float. What did this CTLT do? CTLT do? CTLT do? 45 got up to about 45. Is pulled back down to 43. Dragonfly. Is it Dragonfly? Yeah, Dragonfly. DFLI. DFLI. All right. So again, look left. What do I see? I see. Yeah, the next high looks like around 360. 363 from 3. For me, that's just too close to 340. I'm always looking for something that, had the next high been up here at 450, we should be all over this. But oh, AFRM just really, really nice now, guys. And the Pac B, I mean, heck, the Pac B could follow just because of the room it's got. 1659, next high looking left. It's all about having some patience, don't, I'm not going to anticipate that it's going to take out this 1423. I just put a price alert there, a couple of highs right there, and let's just see if it happens. The only indicator I really have, Chris, is the, okay, 200-day moving average. Okay, that's it. I'm not an indicator guy. 200-day moving average on my daily chart, and that's about it. I'm not an indicator guy. I know where the VWAP is and where the 200-day moving average, and that's about it. That is not to say that, people who want to use MACD and RSI and stochastics and anything else don't. No, that's just the way I do it. I really, really keep things simple. Oh boy, this pack B. The AHI guys, I mean, it's not collapsed at all. What did it get up to? Got up to almost $4. When I say collapsed, I mean, I was halfway expecting that it would get all the way back down to $1 today. Don't worry about asking questions. The problem with those sort of questions is that what I do, it is not necessarily what anybody else is going to do. Okay. You always have to develop your own trading style, because people say to me, well, how can you not use other indicators? And I just say, look, it's not like I haven't tried before, but I just found that eventually I just found they were too confusing. It was a mishmash of stuff on my charts. And I thought, you know what? I decided to just simplify everything. And that's what worked for me. Now, if you're a beginner to trading, I would offer you this little course that one of the traders at Trade Ideas put together. Excuse me. So if you click on my homepage link, if you click on this Trading 101, a lot of videos, okay, and it starts off incredibly basic, like what is a stock? But I think if you're brand new to trading, you can take a look at that. This reminds me so much of the AFRM. I mean, it kept teasing at a certain level, hitting it, coming back, hitting it, coming back, and eventually it finally broke right through. I am not saying that's going to happen with the PACB. Okay, every stock is different, but it just reminds me of it because that's what we went through with the AFRM. Right here, remember, we kept getting up to 1825, back down, 1825, back down, 1825, back down. Finally, it got going. They're all fancy, according to the way I look at it, they're all fancy indicators. Now this has a pretty big float. Your CCL, wow, 15 now. Excellent call by Real. I never took this one. All the news in the pre-market. I guess it's, I've had this bias against these cruisers for quite a while. Okay, guys, Alzheimer play, CYTH, CYTH. Now it popped in the pre-market all the way up to $2, 212. Very low float, 5.6 million in the float. Trying to come back a little bit right now. All right, guys. Well, I'm just sort of biding my time now to see if Pac B can take out that 1420 in a big way. Well, I mean, this NCLH now is getting into that interesting level for sure. There's the high of that week is 1867, so it's above that high. The next high on the weekly chart is 2039, so there is still room for NCLH. Play a little bit of catch up to CCL. Now, JP Morgan raised their price target with the 16 from 15, so it's above that. Well, this is one that got beaten up. This is Planet Lab. I think it had earnings. Yeah, it had earnings on Friday. Just got hammered down. Trying to recover a little bit here. PL trying to recover a little bit. Well, if I look left, that is a high looking left on a weekly chart. Okay, 1419-ish. Okay, and it got up to these levels today. So that's why. I mean, just look, just keep looking for me. Just keep looking left where I see the next high. So on the daily chart, it was 1419. So now it hit there a couple of times, pulled back. So what I'm doing is I'm just basically putting my price alerts, the highs, these are 14. So I really have them, I guess, at 1424. I have a price alert around 1424, which is the high of the last two 15-minute candles. I think if it can take that out on some volume, it's got a shot. 1662 is the next high looking left. Now it's dropping. So, I mean, that's again, I never anticipate that anything is going to take out a price alert, excuse me, or an area that I think if it took it out, I want to be in it. I don't anticipate that it's going to, therefore taking it ahead of it, never do that. I never do that. Keeps me out of it. Keeps me from chopping up my account. All right, guys. Let's see. Market is moving down a little bit. All right. Question in our YouTube room, trying to add a filter where I want to see stocks that have not moved more than 50% of the ATR from the open. Well, this is our change from the open ATR filter. It should work. Excuse me. Average. Let me just see. Range. So the change from the open percent of average true range, that is, I think, what you want. So if you add that filter, okay, so it's called the change from the open percent of average true range and have not moved more than, okay, so you want put 50 in the max, and that'll show you stocks that have not moved more than 50% of the average true range from the open. Oh, Stevie, did you not? Maybe you never heard me. I always say save everything to the cloud. Um, hmm. Hey, I'll try to help you. I'm not sure you'll be able to find it, but it's possible. Well, I don't know what else to say, Gani. I mean, this appears to be what you're looking for. The change from the open, the percent of average to range. Okay, this one. Okay, well, if you're only looking for long, but okay, but this is the first filter. You're saying you want it to be no more than 50% of the average true range. Okay, now, I mean, after that, you only want to see longs. Well, you have to have other filters, I suppose, like a new high of the day. I mean, it's that'll be up to you afterwards. Yeah, don't worry about the down. Okay, if you want to put, yeah, you don't have to worry about the down from the open. Okay, if you want to make sure the stock is up from the open, but no more than 50%, then you can use the position of it. You can use the position in open filter also. So if I type in position, POS, where are you? Position of open. Okay. So if you add that filter and just put any positive number, any positive percent in here, like 0.0001, then that means the stock will be above the open. Okay. Just put any positive number in here and as a percent. I mean, you can literally go 0.00001, and then it'll be above the open. But using that other filter, it'll be less than 50% of the average true range. Okay. Okay, I've linked my Fidelity Trading Pro. Where can I see my stocks? So I don't understand the question. When you say where can I find my stocks? I mean, if you've got trade, I mean, here are the stock. Oh, okay. Here are the stocks that I'm seeing based on my settings. Not sure I understand the question. Where can I see my stocks? It's got nothing to do with your broker, of course. Meanwhile, back at the firm, now we're getting closer and closer to that high of Friday. Well, we're still a little less than $1 away. No, no, no. You can. It's a one-way sync. Okay, so in other words, when you can attach, excuse me, with Fidelity, we have the external linking tool. I think maybe, I don't know if you've done that, an external linking tool. And so what happens is we link with most brokers, and I'm pretty sure Fidelity is one of them. Linking is just a time saver. So when you click on an alert that you get within Trade Ideas, it'll load into your broker's platform. But you cannot do the reverse. If you have a watch list um, in Fidelity, to click on that and it's not going to show up in Trade Ideas. No, it's the other word. It's the other. So again, linking is a time saver. Excuse me. Otherwise, I mean, I'm somebody who clicks on a lot of symbols all day long. It'd be a real pain if I had to type in the symbol into my order entry, and I'm using. Just give me one moment, please. Sorry. Okay. So yeah, hopefully you understand. Yeah. I mean, so linking is a time saver. So again, I'm somebody who clicks on many alerts all day long. It would be a real pain if I had to type in the order entry every time I see something I want to take a look at into my interactive brokers. Okay. So there's a way in which using this external linking tool, where when I click on an alert, it automatically loads into my order entry in interactive brokers. Now I can see all the things I want to see, the time and sales, what's happening, and and then I trade from within interactive brokers. No, you don't need an interactive brokerage account. So okay, so just understand. I mean, you can have Trade is a scanner. Okay, it doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use Trade Ideas. Okay, but if you're clicking on a lot of symbols all day long, depends who your broker is. I mean, we link with many brokers. E-Trade, Interactive Brokers. I'm sure Fidelity, probably TradeStation. Lots of different brokers we link with. Linking meaning, again, the time saver. Click on an alert within Trade Ideas, it loads into your broker's platform. Okay. So you don't, yeah, you just click on tools and then external linking. Now, if you're using the web-based version, linking is not available. I'll just tell you that. You have to be using the downloadable application for that sort of linking to work. Okay. But for instance, now linking, understand the other thing to understand, the brokers that we link with, they don't care if we can link with them. I know IB and E-Trade a little bit different, but Fidelity doesn't care if we can link with them. It's just though that when you start using this tool and you click on tool, external linking, and you click on add a link, you just follow these instructions, okay? Typically, if you put your mouse, your pointer into the order entry and just follow these instructions, typically that could establish the link, okay, between your broker and Trade Ideas. Typically. Sometimes, though, you might have to use an alternate method or beginning is cut off. A lot of it can be trial and error, okay? I don't know Capital. You mean Capital Direct? I can't tell you. I don't know Capital. When you say, do we link with Capital? I don't know. I don't know them. But more than likely, we link with many brokers. All right, guys, done. Done with AFRM. That's why you cannot take your eyes off anything, even though this is a big float. I was watching it, seeing if it was going to get through 19. Big pullback as it was starting to drop. So I'm totally out of it. Well, alerts and strategies, yeah, on the web-based version, absolutely. The strategy or the scans that I am sharing and everything you see in the doc channel bar, they're all available in the web-based version. The web-based version is limited and it doesn't have the races, and you cannot use this window that we call Brokerage Plus to practice trading. Well, okay, well, if you click on the toolbar, these are the ones that we have in both, okay? Click on the doc channel bar. There is no central repository of every single strategy that has been created by all of our customers, okay? But if you click on the doc channel bar, well, you click on the channel bar, and then you're going to see here are the channels that we've got. And every channel has, here's the momentum channel. Every channel, well, they took it off. They used to have the alert window. I don't agree with what they've done. They've just set it up where all you can see is racing now. Racing is fine, but here, take a look at mine. You might want to start off with some of the alerts that I've got. How often do I conduct these live feeds? This is Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3:30 Eastern Time. Push in our YouTube room. And this is not set up for the test drive. This is the way it is all the time. So if you click on my homepage link and you scroll down, here are the scans that I'm sharing as an example. Okay. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. This race that you see here is this one here. The biggest scan is from the open. Two of my favorite scans right here, the 10-day daily breakout and the 10-day daily breakdown. These are these ones right here. but I've got other scans that I'm sharing. This is what I, before, when you used to go to the momentum channel, you would see this particular one, momentum, the momentum scan. It's a little bit like this momentum up. Okay, these are showing stocks that are making new highs for the day, but on momentum. In other words, if I right click and I just show you what it's looking for. So if the price is between 1 and 50 and the current volume is at least 6, meaning it's trading at least 6 times normal up to this time of day, here's the momentum. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, and in 5 minutes is 400% of normal. So if all this is the screening aspect. Okay, a lot of screeners out there, but we are a scanner, because when these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. Okay, and we have no, I almost exclusively use new highs and new lows for the day, but we have a lot of different types of real-time alerts. Okay, all depends on your trading style. Okay, so you can take a look at some of these scans and see what you think. Yeah, well, Elon, that's too bad. I mean, the big difference is, I mean, it'll look sort of the same. The big difference, of course, is this, the Brokerage Plus and no race. Okay. Somebody in our, yeah, we're not a PC, we're not a Mac-based program. We're a PC-based program. You can use the web-based version if you have a Mac, or if a person is willing to use a program like Parallels, an emulation program like Parallels, or Amazon Web Services or something like that, then you can use the app. Otherwise, yes, I mean, you don't have quite the same functionality on the web. You don't have the ability to practice trading or races. Well, these were created a long time ago, Yenif. If I right click again, I think you have to be using the downloadable application. But if I right click on an alert window and click on configure, and then strategy, you see all these are all strategies that have been created a long, long time ago. You can take a look at them. Here's bullish strategies. A lot of things here. Bearish strategies if you're looking to short. Okay. Okay. I haven't used any of these for years and years and years, but you can take a look at them. No, I doubt that's in the web. Again, the web is trying to get the web-based version as close to the downloadable application as possible. It's, but it's still going to take months, I think, before that'll happen. Let me just see. I'll bring up the web-based version and see. Obviously, I don't use the web-based version, but let's just see. I doubt that those are there. Yeah, I don't see them there. This layout is, I have a link for the layout. Again, if you're using, oops, shoot, just give me a moment. I accidentally clicked on something I'm not supposed to. Give me a moment. Gotta shut it down. So here is basically the layout that you see. As long as you're using the downloadable application, I can give you a link for this. Now, it doesn't have the weekly chart on it, okay, but I mean, it's in essence the same. Okay, but you won't have this loaded, and the reason is that it doesn't copy. You have to load it yourself. Okay, this window called Brokerage Plus. So if that link that I put in our YouTube room, it'll look like this, except you won't have a weekly chart. You can add the weekly chart if you want. You'll have a 15 and a daily. And then this window here that we call Brokerage Plus, all you have to do is click on New Brokerage Plus, and then the window will show up. Not that I don't want to share it, it's just that it's not copyable, if you will. So you can copy it, John. You can take this, but understanding you won't have this. You won't have the race, and this is not available even if you're looking at the downloadable application. This is not available in the web though either. Okay, this window that we call Brokerage Plus and the race is not available. But if you download that link, you should get, well, you'll get the AI strategies, you get the momentum up, you'll have the single stock window. All right, guys. Excuse me. So where's the pack B? Yeah. So again, keeps me out of a lot of trouble by putting a price alert. Okay. So the pack B, but later on in the day, you never know. Maybe later on in the day, it comes back to that level and starts to move from there. That's why I'm saying use this like a watch list. Okay. You never know. Later on, set some price alerts at areas, and you never know. Later on, it could come back, and then it could give us what I was kind of hoping it would give right off the bat, and that's the pack B. Well, this one could be interesting on a short, the SMAR. The next low looking left that I see is around 36.79, 37, sorry, 37.09. No, this had earnings, I believe. Yeah, this had earnings, got hammered down on earnings. SMAR, hammered down on earnings, and now kind of a continuation. All right, guys. Usually I do this around 10:30, so I'm a little bit late, but let me just go over a few things. So I have been talking about my homepage. Okay, so this is sort of a fuller explanation about what you'll find on my homepage. Okay, so you'll be brought to the top. Right now, the promo code is Barry15 for 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription. If you're going to take out a subscription, mandatory that you do the Get Started. When you click on the Get Started, it runs you through your download and install, first startup and login, etc. Get down to the introduction to scans, top lists, and alert windows. Okay, this is a software program, so there is a bit of a learning curve, but you should get down some of the basics anyway. You don't have to learn everything about trade ideas, but you should have some of the basics down. If you're new to trading, this a course that Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put on, Trading 101, okay? I do a stock of the day video right here. You can sign up for it. It is free. Trade of the week is free, and this week it's working out very nicely. You can sign up for it right here. RUM is the trade of the week, RUM. The trigger was 1046 and it's over 11 right now. How you trade it is up to you. I mean, they're meant for longer term holds, but how you trade it will be up to you. Now, if you sign up for the trade of the week and you find you're not getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Okay. It's typically where they're going if you don't feel you're getting it, even though you've signed up. Big education section here. When you click here and click on the user guide. So there's that getting started again. Now, a more in depth about what an alert window is, a top list window, and about the stock racing. You click on the stock racing right here, and we have 4 videos which fully explain what stock racing is all about, the race startup, race configuration, etc. Okay. The other thing I would look at definitely is the price alerts. You saw me put price alerts on the charts. Okay. Now, again, you don't have to learn everything. It's like any other software program. You don't have to learn the entire manual. There's that getting started again. And the daily support. So the daily support sessions, I'll give you a link for that. Okay, just give me a moment. Somebody asked for the trade of the week to sign up. So when you click on my homepage, here it is, trade of the week. Click on my homepage link and scroll down until you see the trade of the week. Okay, you can sign up for it right there. Back to that education section. So daily support session. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. And today is Monday, so it should be Chris Varley. I will confirm that before I take my break. I'll put my YouTube link in the main room so you can head over to YouTube and listen to Chris between 12 and 1. Good idea. We've got 5 traders, 5 days of the week. So they have different takes on the market from me. Everybody has their own trading style. Okay, so it's a good idea to go over there if you can and listen to whoever's turn it is. And again, today it's Chris. My scan. So again, if you're just looking for my scans and you click on my homepage link, scroll down and here are my scans. And I've gone over them. You can take a look at them. Just load them. You don't have to have them all up and running as part of your layout. Of course not. Okay, but you might see something that you like. Basic new highs and lows. Here's the momentum scan. Halts, resumes. So the idea is just to click on the alert, the tab it'll show up, and then load it into your system, and then you can take a look at it. Every one of the scans that I've got, and of course every scan that's in our toolbar, all you have to do is right click once it's on your screen, right click and click on configure and then summary. And that'll tell you exactly what the scan is looking for. Now, if I give you a scan, or if you take one of my scans and you want to make a change, in other words, maybe you don't like this price range, 1 and 50, maybe you want it between 50 and 200. You can just make the change. Click on the icon, make it 50 and 200, and click on summary, and you see how that has changed. So of course, you can take my scans and you can kind of use it as a template and then customize it if you want. Maybe a different minimum volume, all sorts of things. Maybe as you get used to using trade ideas, you come across a filter that you really like. Maybe you add it, maybe you get rid of one, up to you. But what we're really trying to do is give you, without having to know how to create anything from scratch, give you some scans that you might like and go through the toolbar or channel bar, and lots of scans are there. Oh, the trade of the week is from Steve Gomez. He's in the YouTube room on Thursdays. He comes up with it. I'm not sure. Well, the email you get, if you sign up for it, you get an email, okay? And the email lays it out. Just for argument's sake, let's see what it said. He was using the anchored VWAP. And the pullback to IPO VWAP scan, that's where he found it. Again, the email, when you get the email, it's all laid out where he found it. He gives you a suggested entry and a suggested stop. Okay. So if you sign up for it, you'll see, I mean, it's in my email. I don't feel like I want to expose my email folder. Okay. But you'll see it. What I can do is this. Okay, you just click on that and well, this is typical of what you'll get. Okay. And it went on to say the suggested entry is 1046 and with a stop, etc. Okay. But that's what you'll get. Yeah, and it's free. You sign up for it, that's exactly what you'll get. Is something that's telling you why it was chosen. And Stevie Romano, are you still there? Just want to show you how you save things to the cloud. Really simple if you're still there. By the way, anybody in this test drive, make sure you save everything you've done, maybe a layout that you've created or individual scan that you've created, my layout if you like it. Save everything to the cloud. The reason being is that if you decide you want to take out a subscription anytime in the future, could be a day after the test drive is over, it could be a week after, a month after, a year after, okay? As long as you use the same email that you use to sign up for the test drive, everything is there for you in our cloud. So really important. So Steve, all you have to do is this. So let's say I wanted to save this momentum up scan to the cloud. I just right click, go down to save or share to cloud, click on that, save, done. Okay. And if you have a layout, then you file, go up to file, save or share to cloud. I would click on it, assuming you want everything that you created in your layout, click on entire, and then give it a name. You could call it Steve's first layout. Or, whatever name, and then save it. Now it's in the cloud. Okay. Very important to save everything to the cloud. Another big reason. This one, I haven't seen this one for a while. Oh, wow. ZJYL. Haven't seen this one for a while. This was a super active one a while back. This is a China low float. China low float, guys. China low float. Well, one of the huge reasons for saving things to the cloud is that you can have trade ideas on as many devices as you want. So I'm working off a desktop computer here. I also have a laptop. I also have some tablets. So I can have trade ideas on as many devices as I want. And you can only have trade ideas loaded one device at a time. But let's say I buy a new laptop. All I have to do is download the trade ideas program and then file load from cloud. So I can load my layouts. I can load individual scans. Okay. So that's why very good idea to save everything to the cloud. Yeah, they're working on a mobile app version. They are working on it. That's all I can say. Been working on it for a long time, but yes, they are working on it. Dragonfly guys, wow, look at this thing go. I talked about this one right around here at 350. What a run now. Test drive? Okay, well, the test drive started last Monday. Okay, and what it was is it gives people an opportunity to try out our software for 10 trading days. It costs $11.11. Okay. And it actually runs till next Tuesday. So there are people who are part of what we call the test drive. And the next test drive, I don't know when it's going to be. That's too late. It's too late. Yeah, I'm not sure when the next one is going to be. We used to do it every quarter for several years. That's what we would do. But the last one was October. And then, of course, we're now June. So I have no idea when the next one will be. Now, I mean, you could try us out for a month on a pretty good discount. I think we're going to have a pretty good promo code at the end of this week, maybe 25, at least 25% off. So that would be about $88 for a month, okay, on our standard service. And that'll give you at least a taste. If you come in here, I'll guarantee it, you'll see it. Okay. The minute I get it, I talk about it all the time. Here's the promo code link, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm pretty sure it'll be available pretty soon, actually, probably by Wednesday. But if you save my homepage link, oops, okay, if you save my homepage link, what typically I do is right now the promo code you see is Barry 15 for 15% off. I get that changed to whatever the current promo code is. So, but come into the room if you can come into the room from time to time, and you just have to say, "Hey Barry, is the promo code out yet?" You don't have to say all day, and just ask me if it's available, and if it is, I'll certainly give it to you. That shouldn't be, Frankie. I don't, 27%. That's a very old link you've got. But let me just check. Where do you see that on our homepage? Just out of curiosity. Oh, I see that. Hmm. Give me a moment. Okay, that's signing up for a premium annual subscription. If you're brand new, yeah. Oh, yeah. So thank you, Pepe. It's not that's not the promo code. Thank you. I gotta read it. Yeah. So let me get rid of that. Delete the message. I'm just asking our yeah, that's just saying you save 27% on a premium annual if you sign up for it. Because if going month to month, obviously taking an annual subscription for anything would give you a better per month, but you've got to come up with the money up front. So that's not a 27, that's not a promo code for 27%. Okay. I haven't made any trades today in Brokerage Plus Zen. I'm going to do that later on. Makes, I haven't made any trades. Is that what you mean? The question is, how do I see just today's trades in Brokerage Plus? Or your trades. Okay, your trades. Um, I'm not sure. Today's trades, I'm not sure unless today P&L. Let me just see if there's a column that says today's trades. Well, you have today P&L, and I think we've got something called total P&L. Well, there's total P&L, which would so anything you held over would that should reflect that the total P&L. And then you've got today's P&L. But today's P&L probably takes into account what happened with stocks that, yeah, I'm not sure. Zen, I'm actually not sure how you can actually differentiate. Well, the P&L by ticker, though, let's just do one, okay? Let's take a firm. I'm just going to take 100 shares. I just want to demo 200 shares. Go in at the market, send it. So there's the today P&L for a firm, okay? So I would assume if you had stocks from last week, the today P&L for that stock would show there. But what is your question then exactly? If the positions are open, so you can hide the zero positions, of course, if you don't have anything. If you want, if you, but so if you're saying if the positions are closed, so what happens, of course, at the end of the day, those closed, you won't see, but you can hide the zero positions. I think, I don't know if that's what you mean. You don't want to see the ones that are closed. You just hide the zero positions. You know what? If you're going to hang around for another 45 minutes, Chris Farley has used this a lot more than I have. He might have a better answer for you, okay? You can head over to YouTube, okay? Yeah, I'm not 100% sure exactly what you mean. Okay, only specific chart showing the buy and sell markers. So are you talking about the buy and sell Are you talking about this buy and sell here that is grayed out? Let me, in fact, I should ungray it. I thought that was saved, but I guess not. This should be, we shouldn't have to go through this. So, okay, are you talking about this buy and sell that you see here? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. It shows on the candlesticks. Are you talking about? Not sure and understand what you mean. Shows on the candlestick sometimes. Okay, you're talking about that little flag that appears, that little, oh, I see. I think that's what you're talking about, the little flag that appears. Okay, well, that happened because I took this trade in the simulator for AFRM. And so the little flag, that little buy flag will appear. Okay. And if I sell it, I flatten it, the little sell flag will appear. Is that what you mean? Yeah. So you mean, are you just talking about the B and the S, or are you talking about something that says actually buy? I mean, the B is obviously for buy and the S is for sale. Well, it's not going to, okay, depend. I mean, obviously, if I go to another symbol, it's not going to show unless I did something with, say, CYTH. But if I go back to AFRM, it's going to show up again. says buy and sell. I'm not sure where the buy and sell is. I mean, there's a big buy and a big sell up here. I know if E-Trade still has a PC app. Can't seem to find one. Yeah, I don't know, Enigma. Anybody? Well, William uses E-Trade. Do you do they have an app or is it all web-based? Both. So okay, so the answer is they have both. Now, if you can't find it, I don't know how to help you. But one of the traders in here, William, says it's got both. Okay, it says you have to specifically request the app though. They turn it on for your account. The rep does. Okay, so you have to specifically, yeah, and don't submit a ticket to us. Yeah, you have to, obviously, it's nothing to do with us. So did you read what William said? You have to specifically request the app through them. They'll turn it on your account or they'll turn it on for your account. Okay, okay, good. Excuse me. So just again, I'm trying to figure out what you exactly mean about the buy and sell. The AI, when you click on an AI alert, okay, IFBD as an example, well, there's still no big buy. But it'll show in the y-axis where the alert happened and where the stop is, as an example. Okay, you can see right now that it got stopped out. IFBD got stopped out. Okay, there was the stop that red 187. There was the alert at 226, but that's not a buy and sell. I wish I could understand what you mean, where you're seeing a big buy and sell button other than what's on the chart all the time, the big buy and sell that's on these that are this is on the chart all the time. You have to come into screenshot. You can't paste anything in YouTube, unfortunately. You'd have to come into the main room. But again, you're not talking about the little flag that says BNS. You're not talking about that. You're talking about something that literally says buy and sell. Let me just try one more time to see. Okay, so there's a little flag that says B. It doesn't say buy. I mean, that's what it means, but there's a little flag that says B because I took this in the simulator. Unless I actually use the buy button. Let me just see. I'm going to get out of this trade. No, I still don't see a big buy button or anything that says like a big buy on the chart other than the buy and sell up here. So sorry. No, it's your broker that dictates if you're either shorts or not. Okay, you cannot see it within Brokerage Plus. No, your broker is, when you if you try to short something in Brokerage Plus attached to your IB or E-Trade account, okay, it would get rejected if there are no shorts available. Okay. In the simulator, it won't know. Okay. So consequently, you could short anything in the simulator, even if shorts are not available at your broker, because it's just a simulator. It doesn't know, it's not attached to any specific account. And it's a question we get a lot, why can't your system tell us if there are shorts available? Well, the reason being is that our system, we're a scanner, okay? It doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use us. Now, how are we supposed to know whether E-Trade has shorts available or IB or TradeStation or Fidelity or, any other broker out there if they have shorts available? And the other thing that can happen is that, with IB, it'll say there are shorts available right now, say for a CYTH, but half an hour from now, maybe they've all been snapped up and now there are no more shorts available, as an example. So it's impossible for us to have a filter that is going to say, yeah, there are shorts available. Who knows who your broker is? Well, I thought so. For the Holly trades, well, I thought that I was trying to emulate that, but so you'd have to. Still don't see it on the chart. I just took this Holly trade. Ah, there it is. Okay, okay, okay. Now I understand. These are past, these are past trades. Okay. I should have realized that. Those are past trades, okay, that the AI did. Okay. So if you go back in time, yeah, so you can see the SMAR, those are past trades. Yes. Not today. I was just focusing on today. Okay. So those are trades that happened in the past. So here's Pac B way back here in what was that? August of September of 2022. That's what it is. It's past trades that happened. And if you hover over the buy, it'll tell you exactly what happened. The entry is 672, as exit was 676. So obviously nothing really happened there. That's what it is. Talk about the AVWAP pullback strategy. Well, all I can do is show you what it is. I mean, as far as the strategy is concerned. Well, on a yes, today it's saying, this morning, AFRM, again, an alert happened at 1819 for AFRM. There was the stop. Okay. How you trade it will be up to you. So that's what the AI is all about. Do they all work? Of course not. But as I've said repeatedly all last week, of course, use this like a watch list. Even the IFBD, which got stopped out, later on in the day, what if it comes back to 226? Maybe it comes back to 226 and starts to rip from there. So I use this like a watch list. But yeah, I mean, the AI is the only one that actually comes out with an alert and a stop. I hate to call it recommendations. It's a watch list. So as far as the VWAP, the pullback strategy is concerned, well, let's take a look at it. I'll go to the anchored VWAP. But which one are you talking about specifically on here? This is the pinch. This is the pullback. Are you talking about the pullback to the IPO? If you're talking about, which gave rum, is that what you mean? Sky? Or which pullback strategy are you talking about exactly? Are you talking about, we have the pullback daily, pullback weekly, as an example. I can't tell you. I mean, these are designed by Michael Noss. But if I look at the pullback, so I mean, he's come up with a way in which he has. I don't know if he's looking at lows. Obviously, he's looking at a low way down here, and then it pulled back to that. So that's where he anchored it, a low, and then that purple line right there, it's pulled back to the anchored VWAP. Now, how you trade it is going to be up to you if you want to trade it. Now, if you ask him, well, why did he put it here? You'd have to ask him. I mean, to me, I guess it looks fairly obvious. A low of quite a few. I don't even know when this was. This was back in March. So maybe he looks on a daily chart, goes back. I don't know if it's 3 months, 6 months, finds a low, anchors it there, and then the VWAP line is anchored. VWAP is automatically drawn. Is that what you mean? Let's take a look at another one. FULC. It looks like, again, look at that. It's like the lows way back here, and he drew this, and it's pulling back to the anchored VWAP. Now, how if you want to trade, I mean, it's up to you how you want to trade this, and I think this is the VWAP, the actual VWAP. So I guess that's that line here is the actual VWAP. I mean, I can't really. Sky, can you hear me? And I think if you looked at, this is a pullback on the daily. If you look on the weekly, he'd have a weekly chart, probably with a low that he's determined as a low on the weekly chart, and he draws the anchored VWAP. And then you can see it's pretty interesting actually how when you draw that line, that line there, how the stocks are pulling back to it. And I guess the idea that if it holds and bounces, you can go long, but maybe if it breaks down through it, you go short. Guy, can you hear me? Or am I just talking to myself? Terrible spelling, but you get the drift. Only no, no. Um, only if you can't plug in you can't plug in a symbol and say, okay, AI, what would you have done with this? No. Okay. The AI, it's not like that. If the AI traded this one in the past, it'll show up as a buy or sell. Okay. So it's not like you can plug in any symbol you want and say, hey, AI, tell me about this. No. I'm not talking to you, Simon. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Color coding, which I hate, okay, because I think it's very cumbersome to use. Let's see if it is even in our guide, because I find it just very cumbersome to use. Yeah. Yes. So I'm trying to talk to somebody in their other room. It's a little confusing. I get it because there are two rooms. Okay. And somebody asked me a question in the other room and I've been answering, but I don't know if he specifically can hear me. It'll be Chris Varley. Chris Varley will be taking over for me in our YouTube room. Did you hear me about the pullback strategy though? I mean, I don't think Chris is going to be able to give any more comment on that than I have. I mean, it's just something, you look at the chart. I think I showed you that it looks like it's looking for like a low on a daily chart far enough out and on a weekly chart, and it anchors it right there and it draws the anchored VWAP. I mean, and then it's interesting, most of them, and then, the stocks are pulling back to the anchored VWAP line. If you're going to say, well, what's the math behind, that's the secret sauce, we'll call it. Okay. But, just by looking at Michael Noss, who created it, is obviously looking at lows going back several months and anchoring it there. So let's see if there's anything on color coding. I don't like color coding. Especially, well, I don't mind color coding like this. This is just showing me, like anything going up is green. In this, I could have a mix. I could have this as a momentum up and momentum down, so that stocks going down I could put in another color, stock going up in another color. But let me just even see if that's available. We don't talk about color coding very much at all. So in the guide, let's see if Stephanie was able to do anything in the user guide regarding color coding. There's nothing here, nothing as a, and let's take a look at here. I probably could do a search, but just looking to see if there's anything on color coding. I think you probably know. All right, top list properties, select colors. Okay, so there is something on color coding. Okay, so if you go to our guide and then do the search and type in color, here's the information we have on color coding. Okay. Let me just do that again for you. You got it? Okay. Go to the guide. Yeah, I have to go to the comprehensive guide. I thought there might have been a section on it, but and you can I rarely use color coding. I mean, this is so minor. In alert windows, this is about the extent of what I do. Okay. Properties, select colors, bullish alerts. I have in green. This is just a palette, color palette. So I could just pick how do I want things moving up in a certain color with a background. So you just pick, and if things moving down, you can pick whatever color you want moving down. So if I had, for instance, I think one of my scans is the basic new highs and lows. So I think I've color coded. So highs, stocks are moving high are probably in green, stocks moving lower are in red, things like that. Hey guys, so briefly before I go on my break, I just want to do just a quick overview of what Trade is. We're a scanner, okay? There's a lot of screeners out there, but we are a scanner. We have screening capabilities, of course. Let me just show you what I'm talking about. If I right click on this alert window, all this is the screening aspect. A lot of screeners out there, show me stocks between $1 and $50, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. But where we're really good at is real-time alerting. So we call them filters, but so if all these filter values are met and a stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. And of course we have many, these are real-time alerts. We have many different ways you can see a real-time alert. I almost exclusively just use new highs and new lows, but if you wanted new 5-minute highs, new 10-minute highs, new 30-minute highs or lows, I mean, we have a lot of different real-time alerts, okay? But it's an important distinction. I mean, lots of the screening aspect is here, in our top lists. You want to see stocks that are up the most for the day? Okay, you can do that. It's not telling you if they're making new highs or lows or new 5-minute highs. It's just telling you here are the stocks that are up the most for the day. Here are the stocks that are up the most from the open. It's opening trade. That is the screening aspect. Okay, and then what you do is the races come from our top lists, and you just launch the race from the top list. Launch real-time stock race. But what does that really mean, though? So I just showed you that you can rank stocks, change from the open. So in this particular case, ZJYL has moved the most since its opening trade. It also happens to correspond to the change from the open. Also, we're closed on Friday, 117%. AIH, 33%, etc. But how would you use this to trade? Because I mean, what you'd like to know is, well, what stocks are actually moving up or down on this list? Well, that's where the race comes in. So I run 4-minute races, and you can customize your race length and all sorts of other aspects of the race. But I'm running 4-minute races, and what I want to see are the stocks that, since the race started, have moved the most percentage-wise. That's what I want to see in my races. Okay, so you can see right off the bat that since this race started, ZJYL has moved 7.9% since the race started, and it's at the top of the leaderboard. Okay. Now this race has another 38 seconds to finish. Probably, unless this has a big pullback, this will probably win this race. So what's kind of good about it is that what happens is it automatically creates a top 10 list for you, a watch list for you of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So in the number one position right now is DFLI. It won 5 races. This ZJYL has won 4 races, but as long as it doesn't give it up in 8 seconds, it's going to win another race. So it'll be tied with DFLI winning 5 races. And you can just see what happened. There it is. Okay. So this gives you an opportunity just to focus on these stocks if you want to all day long. Okay. So for instance, take a look at ASST. Only won 1 race. But what if later on in the day it comes back? I mean, it's pulled back. But what if later on in the day it comes back maybe over $3 and starts to rip? Put an alert, put a price alert, maybe at 318. Later on in the day, that could happen. We don't know if it's going to happen, but that's how you use this. Okay. You can set price alerts, things that have, not done anything since maybe it's when it's first raised. Okay, is it this crazy one? Low float, low float. You're looking for a reason. There's no reason. It's just that today is the day for this one. It's had interesting days in the past. I thought it actually was higher. Wow, so this absolutely took out its all-time high, like nothing. All-time high was 1023. I do remember this day or this week. Why are all the banks crashing? Let's take a look. We take all the banks. Let's take a look. Take a look at XLF Financial ETF. Yeah, I mean, there's no question. Yeah, there's a big red bar on the daily chart. I don't know if it's just specifically these, but this looks like XLE, so I don't think it's the regionals necessarily, or XLF, sorry, XLF. I mean, that looks just like, I don't know. I don't know what's happening. Market has not reacted yet. The overall market, well, at least the SPY has not reacted to whatever might be happening. Of course, we have the big day on Wednesday. I guess Wednesday is the Fed day. Is it this Wednesday or is it the following Wednesday? It is this Wednesday. Thanks, Ori. That's what I kind of thought, but it's a little early. Usually, I always think around the 20th, but okay. Well, today's, yeah, there's the many halts resume, ZJYL. Today, I'm sharing this one. I'm sharing this scan, the halts resume scan. Boy, and DAC. Oh, brother. I sort of lost sight of this one. So this is continuing to move down. 50 could be really key. I mean, I thought the 5106, it took it out. So I'm just going to confirm it'll be Chris. Oops. Now, this is sort of, I mean, the AI, of course, does not know that KDNY is a buyout. So I'd be a little reluctant to take that one. Hey guys, this has a little bit of room, the SHLS, a little bit of room. You look left on the weekly chart, the high looks like around 27.40. It's at, 27.40. Yeah, it's got a lot of room, sorry. It's got over a dollar, about $1.50. Yeah, not quite $1.50. So there it's 26. It's just breaking out through 26. So this SHLS has some room. The room meaning look left. And the next high in the weekly chart is over a dollar away, about $1.30 away. For a $26 stock, that's not bad. So that's SHLS. I'm not doing anything now. I have to be taking my break. So that certainly is one that I'd be looking at. SHLS. Longer it holds over 26. So when things get a little slow for me, this is what I start looking at is these 20-day range highs and lows. This is what I start looking at. That's where I saw the SHLS. and I'm sharing both of those. Boy, this EXPI, what a run it's been on ever since they announced that they're going to be on one of those S&Ps. I can't remember which one. I think that was the one, right? Yeah, replacing Heska in the S&P 600 on June the 14th. So this week, boy, what a run it's been on. I mean, that announcement was here, and it's been running and running and running. Nothing can be auto traded, Jed. There are no auto trades for the AI at all. Okay. There is no auto trading the AI. The only thing you can auto trade going forward is your own strategies. You want to auto trade your own strategies, you can do so. I don't think it's a good idea to auto trade, but can't stop anybody. The AI long term is just a bunch of trades that happened long term ago. Chris might be able to. I don't look at it at all. Chris may be able to explain it better than I can, but it's just AI trades that happened a long time ago and that get tracked for a while, but it cannot be auto traded. No. The firm could be coming back, guys. I'm going to stick. I might get back into this one, maybe on that break that got me in the first time, the 1826 or so. We'll see what happens. All these bottoming tails. It's pretty for a 200 million float. That was a pretty devastating move down, though, from 1888 all the way down to but a dollar drop. But that was a giant. That was very quick too. I mean, that's a 15-minute candle, but that was very quick, even on probably a 2-minute. Room, guys. VRM. Yeah, not a big fan of this one. I think there's yeah, it looks like there's some resist. Well, the next high looking left on the weekly, it's not that far away. That's what somebody was saying. So Dragonfly is going to be included in the Russell 3000 index, okay? But it's had a pretty sizable pullback percentage-wise since that news. Jet, oh, there he is. Wow, already, Mr.
Here I am.
Christopher Varley himself. Okay, Chris, let me do a few things,
You got it.
as in tell people that you're there, number one. Okay, guys, so Chris is in our YouTube room right now. Let me put the YouTube link in. You can head over and listen to Chris for his hour. And let me put my announcement in. Back around 1 p.m. ET. Okay, guys, I'm putting myself on mute in the main room. Mr. Varley, how the heck are you today?
Oh, we are doing fantastic, sir. Yourself?
We're doing fantastic. Excellent. The royal we.
Always.
So, Chris, there was a question from Jed. Do you ever look at the AI
Nope,
long
not
term?
once ever. The only time I look
Okay.
at it is when someone asks me a question about it, and then I go to the user's guide for it.
Okay.
You know,
Okay.
and no, you can't auto trade it. Also, no, just don't auto trade the AI. Period. No explanation needed there anymore. I think.
That I
Um,
said, but yeah, I don't really understand what the AI long term is supposed to be telling us. I'm
not a clue.
perfectly honest.
Yes,
You
not a
know?
clue.
Okay.
As far as I know, it throw winners on there. It let your winners run kind of thing. If as far as I can understand, that's it. And everything
Yeah.
else is at a trader's discretion. There's no buy, sell, hold, or anything else to really share as far as that goes from all the documentation that we have.
Yeah. And just of course to let people know they were past AI trades.
Yes,
So that
that
that's
is
why they
correct.
are there. But other than
But
that,
outside of that, that's all I got. I will drop
okay.
the link to the user's guide section on it. And that is the full extent of my knowledge on long-term AI.
Right. All right, Mr. Varley. Let's see, what time is it? So you're a little early. Wow.
I try to get in about 5 early if I can.
Now, can you go to one, or do you have a
Nope. I've got
super
nothing. I've
important?
got nothing important after this.
Okay. Uh, All right, my friend, I'll let you go.
All
And
right, sounds good. You take your time getting back, Barry. We'll see you in a little
okay,
bit.
thanks. Okay, bye-bye.
All righty, everybody. So a big happy Monday to everybody. Uh, I can't even remember what we talked about the last times I was here. So as I always say, it's an open forum. I think it's best when you folks drive the content. So ask away, ask away, ask away. So Marks will be clear. Has the Holly AI auto trade has been disabled permanently? No, it is not disabled permanently, but we no longer advertise it. Anybody that's coming in that wants to auto trade Holly, if they get a response from me, I'm going to tell them no. And that's it. Trading is hard. Auto trading is even harder. And there is no bot on this planet that exists that you're just going to plug into it and make money. It's just not how it works. I'm not going to get into any of the other external things as far as the AI goes. I think the AI is great in this sense for how I used it years before auto trading came in. I would look at an alert, right? And one of the things that was hardest for me to understand as a trader, and I wasn't even a trader, then I was a gambler. Let me turn some things on here. All right, it was a stop loss. All right, the AI puts a stop loss out there every single time. The idea behind it gets you thinking about risk management, right? Because if the first thing you are not thinking about is risk management, you're a gambler, you're not a trader, right? You must. The first thing before entering a trade is, if I'm wrong, where am I wrong? Why am I wrong there? And I'm out. That's it, right? Outside of that, you're a gambler. So that was one of the big things for the AI for me. Now, as I formed my own trading plan and my own strategies and things like that, that's not to say scanning. Scanning and trading are two different things. You could have the greatest scanner on the planet that puts you in the green every single trade, but if you don't know how to manage those trades, it means absolutely nothing, right? The amount of times that I was positive on a trade and then went negative is mind-blowing because I simply didn't have a trading plan. But so that was the big thing for the AI for me. Managing risk, really getting it set up in front of me like that, trying to understand risk management, how the AI risk management did or did not fit into my trading plan. Also was a decent watch list. It still is, obviously. We've seen, some of the trades over the last couple of weeks make it way into the money. But Holly doesn't always close the trades the best, and that's all there is to it. You look at this max profit column here each day, and you're going to see things like this, up $78. And this is on risking $100, up $52, up $59, right? Again, how many people in their right mind are going to let a trade take off like this and then go back negative on them, right? No successful trader on the planet does it like that. So anyways, that's my 2 cents for the AI there. What is the best way to trade with text notifications? I don't have time to watch the computer all day. I'm not sure, Jed. I don't really have an answer for that. First off, for trading, if you're trying to day trade, I think it's impossible if you're not sitting at the computer. I don't think that's realistically possible. If you're swing trading, then the same thing as anything else, right? Define a risk plan on these things. You're going to need a chart, for the most part. If I get in, where am I getting in? Why am I getting in at that price? If I'm wrong, where am I getting out? Why am I getting out at that price? If I'm right, where am I right at? Where am I getting out? How am I managing that up risk? It's still the same thing. If you're looking to day trade and not be in front of a computer, from my perspective, maybe other people will tell me I'm wrong. Please, if someone thinks I'm wrong and they trade from their phone on the go, driving around all day or whatever they're doing, chime in. But outside of that, I think if you're trying to day trade and you can't be in front of the computer, that's not going to work. Not from my perspective anyways. Peter, have I watched DFLI this morning? No, I haven't watched DFLI this morning. Nope, not at all. I've been stuck in chats all day long. I haven't hardly looked at the market. I made one trade, that was it. And that's really it. I mean, yeah, big monster move in it. It gets frustrating when I get stuck and I can't look at anything all day long, to be honest. But that's the test drive, extra busy, a lot of emails, a lot of questions, a lot of chats. And so just to, a little further on Jed Graham's question there about, not being able to sit at the computer. I come from a very different perspective than most of the other guys that are going to do this each week here or each day during the week. I am a career restaurant person, 26 years, waiting tables, bartending, managing restaurants. I started to allocate my schedule so that I could be in front of the computer during the mornings and afternoons, a few days a week. Even with doing that, I was a terrible day trader. I mean, there's there are no two ways around this one. I was a horrible day trader, but mostly because I had no trading plan whatsoever. I bought a stock and I was just throwing spaghetti at the wall and seeing if it could stick, essentially. Eventually, I started to do more swing trading, or started to really just kind of swing trade, because I found that I could take wider stops, smaller shares, and do better. Though I wasn't really good at it, I did better than my constant getting my butt handed to me in the day trading realm of things. And then, eventually, as I started becoming a risk manager and not a trader, when I learned it was about risk management, not trading, that's when I started to find some success in swing trading. I built on that success slowly but surely over a few years. And then I guess it was, January, February, March of last year in 2022, I decided to start taking a stab back at day trading again with the races. And I found some mild success there. Again, nothing that I'm like, oh man, I've got the key here. I'm, going to be, traveling all over the world and day trader extraordinaire, Chris Varley. No, nothing like that. Eke out some wins each week, add to the portfolio. Something to put in the coffers, and realistic kind of stuff here that I like to keep those expectations realistic. But like everything, everything we talk about for the most part is subjective. Where people are going to draw support and resistance lines, how people are going to look at different moving averages or MACD or RSI, whatever technical indicators you can come up with here. It's all subjective. It doesn't make anybody right. The people that are right are the ones that have a trading system and follow that trading system. These are things that they've tested, tried and true, and stick to them through thick and thin, and only make adjustments when it looks like the system is no longer working. So, if I were you, Jed, and this goes for anybody that's in a similar position where day trading is just not a realistic thing. And here's the other thing about day trading being a realistic thing. A lot of people have to come to grips with how hard day trading is, and it may just not be for you. I did, I gave it up. Had it not been for landing a job at Trade Ideas and having found some success in swing trading, I probably there's very slim chance if I'd ever looked at day trading again. It just, for some reason, I had struggled with it so much. I thought that was it. But, I was able to sit in front of a screen all day long and then be able to, simulate trade and kind of test some things for a while. And like I said, I was able to have some positive traction with that. With that said, what I started to do with the, some scanners that I had created here, and, I've shared these over the last week, and if, I can always share more again. I'd go through charts from, top lists that I had created and trying to figure out what am I trying to look for. And so, I was looking for things that were breaking out on different time frames, and then setting, different price levels and if then scenarios, and then set, buy limit orders or, stop limit buy orders and things like that. For when I was at work, sometimes I get really nervous after I left that order in, and I, know the price was approaching. I'm checking my phone or something like that at work, and I cancel the orders, because not being there to be able to control it was very, very difficult. But I do my homework, the night or the mornings before, the night after the market had closed or the morning before the market opened. Try to pick and choose what I thought was, in my wheelhouse for what I was seeing and what I wanted to test and what I wanted to do for swing trading. And that's how I did it. That's how I continue to do it. So, and again, anybody with questions, let me know. So Peter said, energy pretty low on sector status. Let's bring over sector list here. Yeah, energy looks like it's getting beat up pretty good right now. Long-term picture here. It's in a bear, it's in a bear market, I guess. I have no idea. That's 20% below. I try not to get caught up in these numbers and things like that. Are stocks going down? Have they been continuously going down? It's in a bear market. That's how I see things. I'm not, well, it's 19.9%. I guess it can't really be in a bear market, right? I mean, stuff like that's ridiculous to me. I get, you have to have thresholds and technical terms for these things and whatever else, especially for the news and talking points and all that, fun jive and whatnot. But, this doesn't look like a healthy chart to me at all. I could make a bull case. It's not even a bull case. I mean, I can make a case maybe for bottoming, I guess, for a bottoming process going on here. Sorry, getting my drawing tool out. If it ever wants to load, there we go. Look, it made this low here. These are slightly higher lows. Is it in a bottoming process? Maybe, but I'd also argue that it continues to make lower highs. Do you want to call this the low high and this a higher high now? Sure, right? Technically, it meets that standard. Then what happens if it does this here, though, right? So, yeah, energy doesn't look healthy. That's the XOP. I like to look at the XOP because it's also exploration of gas and oil. Obviously, the XLE is probably the more looked at. This probably looks a little better than the XOP. I don't think that looks any better than the XOP, to be honest. It looks better than the XOP whatsoever. And the IYE is another one. This will look almost the same as the XLE, basically. Yeah, they're almost exact mirrors of each other. So make of that what you will. And again, folks, this is always best when you're asking questions and driving the content of this. Obviously, I prefer if it's, trade ideas questions. How do we scan for this or look for that? Do I have all the answers? Absolutely not. But it's always best when you folks are driving the content for the knowledge that you're looking for, not just me blabbing away. I did make an attempt to look and try to trade in the first 15, 20 minutes today before I just got overwhelmed with support. You probably saw some of the same things that I saw, at least if you're looking at races. ASST here. It looks like a big nothing burger. Could it rebound and bounce back? Of course it could. I'm not really looking at it at this point. IFBD. This was an AI alert as well as on the races. Get rid of. I don't like things on my chart. Again, could it be basing here and make a move up? Sure, why not? But again, does this look like a stock you want to marry? Right? No, of course not. Right? It's in favor today for whatever reason, and I would surmise that I think we're in the beginnings of a big AI bubble. Personal opinion. If you trade that, you'd be a fool. Trade what you see, not what you hear. But it just seems like a lot of data stocks and anything data related is going to kind of spill over into the whole AI talk, I think. And so I think you'll see a lot of stuff like this go on, especially with these low float stocks. People are going to try to pile on crap like that, pump it up, and then pull the ripcord as it looks like other people are coming into it. So bubbles are great. I think bubbles are one of the greatest things stock markets can ever have. Just don't be A, on the wrong side of the bubble, and B, if you are in it and you're up, have an exit plan. As there's no worse feeling than being way up on something and letting it collapse on you. Speaking from personal experience. Can AI trade for us? No. You can create your own strategies if you want. You can create an alert window, optimize and back test it, then test it in the simulator, and then put it to work for real money if you want. But no, there's nothing to plug into and then come back home after playing a round of golf and count your money. No such system exists on this planet. If you find one, please let me know so I can plug into it. I know I know it's crushing for people to hear that. It's just that's not how things work. Sorry. What else? IONQ, saw that early. That seemed to come back down, run into a lot of resistance here, kind of wedging its way up here. An ascending wedge there. It's going to have to resolve at some point. I mean, look, could it go sideways forever? Sure, why not, right? Generally, they resolve one way or the other, though. What else? AHI, another one here. So it's a high flyer on Friday. Another gap up today, kind of just going nowhere at this point. And again, here's something I want to note, right? Information, right? Wait for it. Data processing, going to be in information. Information. What else? Oh, here's Palantir, right? Information. If that's not good enough for you, though, computer system design gonna be back on the information again, right? But let's just keep this train rolling, right? And information. Look at all these stocks, data hosting, all information stuff, right? So, it'll be which one is which ones end up being the ones to own. Only hindsight will tell us that, right? Only hindsight will tell us that. But as they say, chance favors the prepared mind, trying to look at these charts. For those of you that have been around for long enough, when I used to do the later, I used to do a 3:30 to 4:30 support session, but unfortunately it was, the same 3 or 4 people asking me questions during it, and it was not a very good use of my time. I became very overwhelmed with my other work in sports, so I cut it down. For those of you that were around for that period of time, remember me talking that I like cup and handle patterns. I kind of got away from cup and handle patterns for a while, more because that I found, and doing more reading and research, and especially the William J. O'Neill stuff with cup and handles, that cup and handle patterns are more powerful, or really more relevant on newer stocks, newer sectors, things like that. So, back at the turn of the century when radio was becoming the big thing, cup and handle patterns on radio stocks were like, holy cow. The same thing for your early behemoths in banking, transportation, especially the rails, automobiles, so on and so forth. If these things came on, these cup and handle patterns were incredibly powerful, but they didn't work as well later on. after these had many years and decades into these types of stocks. So now I'm starting to look at cup and handle patterns more on information data processing and AI things, and seeing how they may or may not apply to any of that for what it's worth. Mike, see what's happening, my dude? What's happening? Rum dropping candles close below the 10 SMA may get back in the pullback. All right, yeah. I haven't looked at rum. Not my cup of tea. Any advice on using AI or Holly? I'd use it like any other scan, Peter. How does the alerts fit into my trading my trading plan? Generally, Holly's alerts don't fit into my trading at all. So I don't, I really don't use the AI, to be honest, anymore. I did once upon a time. I've kind of got my, what I do. Generally speaking, if something on the AI is going to fit into what I'm doing trading, it'll end up on one of my scans anyway. So I don't need the AI when there's a number of stocks that it's going to show that I was never going to look at anyways. Just my, my thing. So my advice would be use it just like anything else. If you want to look at it, take into consideration the stop level that it's put out. See what you think about that stop level, why you would or would not use it. I would also consider looking at the AI. Is it going all long? Is it going all short? Is it a mixed bag between the two of them? What seems to be working the best out of the longs and shorts? Those are the kind of things that I would be looking at for using the AI. I take your point about the difficulty of creating reliable mechanical trading system. Isn't that how most institutions trade anyways? I guess. I mean, every successful trader that I know has a trading system. I don't know one that just buys things and sells them like based on a whim or anything like that, Mark. Everybody is, for example, for me with my day trading, I use an 8 EMA and the VWAP as a big part of what I do. And I used to use an 8 EMA and a 20 SMA actually. I like to buy things in and around the VWAP. I look at the volume. If it's, coming into the VWAP and the volume is declining, I'm less likely to get involved in it. If it's coming into the VWAP and it looks like the volume is increasing, I'm more likely to get involved in it. I like the 8 EMA on a 15-minute chart as a trailing stop very often. Sometimes I move to a 5-minute chart for that. Things of that nature. These are things that I kind of tested through a lot of simulated trading. The VWAP part of it, maybe not as much because I've only started using the VWAP in the last, we're in June now. Geez, I guess maybe I started really looking at it at the end of February or March. Probably sometime mid-February, and I started playing around with it and simulated trading with it. And probably by the middle-ish of April, I said, you know what, I think this is working better than what I was doing using the 20 SMA for too far extended and separation between the 20 SMA and the 8 EMA on the different time frames. So I made the swap over to the VWAP and how I've been using it. And I've had better entries. My exits are still more or less the same. I just had better entries in all honesty and managing it better. That's what I would say. So, but I've got a system, more than less. Is it, beyond calculated? Like I'm putting spreadsheets out there and all those things like that? No, I'm not that, I don't know what the word, I'm not that systematic. Probably would I do a lot better trading if I was? Yeah, probably I would. I probably would. I've got no excuse for not doing it. So I'll also, let's throw the conspiracy theorist out there in me because I love a good conspiracy theory. Not that I believe or disbelieve any conspiracy theories, half making fun of myself here. I wouldn't be surprised if 90% of the volume that we see on things is completely faked, to be honest. It wouldn't surprise me. Just not going to change anything that I do. That's all. I just assume everything is nonsense and a lie and garbage. And that seems to work well for me, whether it be, volume or that's it. The only thing that, price is all that matters. The amount of shares traded only affects if I think a stock is liquid or illiquid. I'll look at volume bars versus, once we pass, a quote unquote threshold that I like for liquidity, the only thing that really matters to me is what the volume bars are doing. Obviously, volume bars in the middle of the day are going to be much different than volume bars at the beginning of the day and the end of the day. That's, that's how market mechanics work, period. Especially because institutions have to do the heavy buying now and then later, and they don't do it in the middle here. That doesn't mean, I used to not really trade the middle hours. I do trade the middle hours now. If something is, setting up in a way that I believe is significant enough for me to take a look at in that regard. But as far as, the hard numbers on the liquidity, I wouldn't be surprised if one day they come out and say, yeah, we're faking the volume and the liquidity the whole time. It wouldn't shock me whatsoever. All right, Mike. See, yeah, I had a very tough week last week. I started off on fire last week, Monday and Tuesday, and then I proceeded to hand it back Wednesday and Thursday. And I limped out on Friday. I limped out of the week last week on Friday. It was what it was, maybe I got cocky. I don't know. I kind of rushed some entries last week. I think I should have waited for a candle close, and I didn't. I can think of two specific trades that really kind of cost me. It is what it is. The way the cookie crumbles, as they say, or something like that. You're welcome, Peter. And it's not, I get caught up in this thing. Am I discouraging people from Holly? No, it's just that there's no system out there to blindly follow. You're always going to have to be a trader if you want success, right? There's no system that's just going to simply tell you what to buy, sell, hold, or do. That system's called a financial advisor or a portfolio manager, right? That's it. And if we look back through history, I don't know, what is it, like 80% of all active money managers underperform the indexes, right? Something like that. So, make of that what you will. Hopefully also, Mark, what I went over about, the mechanics and volume and whatnot, at least how they're applied to me personally, maybe helps a little bit, gives some kind of insight. Sorry, there's something on my keyboard I'm trying to tap out. I don't know where it came from. But I hope that maybe helps and answers some of what you're asking. If not, let me know, Mark, and we could, continue to poke away and ask, and I will continue to do my best to answer. ZM, some options, volume, call activity possibilities there. ZM. So again, anybody with questions, fire away for me here. So yeah, ZM, this, one of those interesting ones in the sense that, we got the opening volume, right? We've seen a tick up in volume here, obviously price moving with it, finding some resistance here at 70. Kind of an interesting pattern forming here. It's past earnings, but look at this thing is, but look, Zoom going away. I have no idea. Make of all of that what you will. What else? That's all I got for the moment. This position in lifetime range list continues to be strong daily here. further showing that it's not 5 stocks driving the market up. SPY is broken out. I mean, that downtrend is clearly over, right? Clearly over now. It never happens the way we want. In trading, we want 1 plus 2, plus 3 plus 4, and that's not what the market ever gives us. It gives us something much different. But if we look here, bottoming process had happened. Continue to see higher lows. We continue now to see higher highs, right? Uptrend is now started. Where does the uptrend end? I don't know. Maybe it ends tomorrow, right? Maybe it ends in a month from now. Maybe it ends in never. I don't know. Obviously, it's not just going to run away. Look, up and a pullback, up and a pullback, up. Beautiful consolidation period all through here. Tested the bottom of that range. Bang. Broke out. I don't know. Does it do the same thing again? Does it pull back again? Nobody knows, right? But these are the kinds of things that will separate the traders from the gamblers, right? So we know that 430 is probably going to be tough. After that, you're looking at 450, right? A test back of 420, very realistically possible, right? I don't see why it wouldn't be. Obviously, right now, it's looking strong here, up above 430. Carvana, man, I got to tell you, that one is befuddling me. Now, the only time I ever seen one of these things was I was in Maryland going to a wedding once, and this was fall of 2019. Never seen a Carvana place other than that. It seems ridiculous to me to go to a vending machine to buy a car. I really don't know anything about their system. I don't know if you test drive it or any of that stuff like that. It just seems kind of wild to me, the whole thing. Obviously, long term, the chart is, ridiculous, right? I don't know what the future of this company is. I have no idea. Technically speaking, what I can say is that some sort of bottoming process has happened through here. This thing has made it above that technical level of 20, fighting around this level here. I just find all right. So go back to my conspiracy theory about volume liquidity. Like there's that 30, we're approaching 33 million shares traded on this thing. Like there's that many people interested in Carvana. Maybe it's all institutional and algorithmic driven. I don't know. I have no idea. It just seems like insane to me. Like 32 million shares of this thing are traded already today. And that's like, it's only doing double what it's normally doing. So you're telling me that this thing is, trading somewhere around, 30 million shares a day on average. It's just crazy to me. But it is what it is. We could argue with it or we could just trade it, right? We'd be skeptical of it and still trade it, right? Yeah, I don't get it, but there's a lot of things I didn't get in my life, and they're widely popular. Whatever it was, whether it be in finance or pop culture, we'll even say. I want to stay on topic here, but I don't get it. That doesn't mean I can't make money in it, right? I traded it several times after this move on its earnings, and some winners, some losers. The winners eked out over the losers, right? And then when we got into this range, I'm like, all right, well, this thing's probably going to collapse. And that was just my thought process, and I stopped looking at it. Like I didn't, I took it off thumbnail charts and whatever else, and then it did this, and then it did this, and I'm like, all right, well, that's why I don't trade my opinion, right? That's exactly why I don't trade my opinion right there. My opinion means squat. Draw some lines. What makes sense to you? Have a system and a plan on it. Shop. You really believe that it's a ton of day traders putting that much in there? I don't know. I just feel like day traders are going to be looking more at, I don't know, more like stuff like this to be on the long and short side of it. This to be on the long and short side of it. This to be more on the long and short side of it. No, not that. I'm sorry. This. That's what I wanted. To be more on the long and short side of it. That's, what do I know? I'm just a dude with a microphone. I guess, maybe there's a lot of people micro scalping that stuff, looking for 10 cents up, 10 cents down, I guess. I have no idea. I'm looking to see, stuff that's in play, relative to what it normally is, at least for the day trading stuff. Shop. Interesting look here on Shop. Again, a company, I have no idea what this company does, but I'll note this here. When the market bottomed, it bottomed, right? This move down and a bounce up. A move down and a bounce up. Move down, bouncing up again. So it seems to be playing that pattern out very well. That's interesting. My period 20 low. Very interesting. For those of you that know the turtle traders, especially Jerry Parker, one of the most famous turtle traders, they use a system very similar to this. They're like the kings and queens of letting your winners run and cutting your losers short. Swing traders. They're swing traders, though. Probably one of the best in the business in history, to be honest. Just, anybody could do a quarter as well as they've done. Be sitting very comfortably as a trader. E-commerce hosting. Yeah, I mean, I know it's e-commerce, I guess. Amazon, I don't know. I can point to Amazon, what they do. I've never been to Shop's site or anything like that. But definitely, how can you not note this kind of thing here? Look, here's the other part of bubbles that are great, right? Obviously part of a bubble. Bubble pops, right? There are probably stocks that are never coming back, right, from that bubble popping. Ones that do come back, they could really make a comeback. This might be one of those. It's a pretty nice looking pattern going on here after this bottoming process that it's been to. Now up above this level, there and there, $100 obviously going to be if it continues up, will be a challenge for it. This, $75-ish level as well. These things don't seem out of the realm. And, looking at this realistically now, as I start to formulate my own possible plan of attack on this, although it's a little bit out of my price range, what I normally like to do, I really like this chart a lot, actually. You've got this beautiful move to the upside here. And then that's a terrible line, Christopher. And then you've got this beautiful breakout of this level here. And it came down and basically tested near the bottom of that gap, springboarded right off of it. Up above this 65 level, 75 doesn't seem out of the realm, right? So that's a $10 move up. And somewhere below here, where do you want to call it? 55? Where do you want to call 58, 60? Looking at maybe a 2-to-1 ratio here on upside to downside, below 60, maybe you're wrong, right? Above here, you're right. So that's, giving you a $10 winner to a $5 loser possibly. And these are just numbers that I'm seeing. Someone else may see completely different. They may say $73 and $53, or they may say we've got to go all the way back down to $40. These are the kind of things that I'm looking at. I see Barry's in there. I don't have my earphones on. Is Barry talking? I took my earphones out. I set a timer. When we start our own business, we'll use Shopify. Okay, not talking. All right. Sounds good, Barry. So that we'll use Shopify when we start our own business from our own Learjets, right? We'll fly side by side. It's funny you mentioned Rivian. Andy made mention of this earlier to us today, and long bottoming process possibly going on here. And I said, it's strange that he even brought it. I said to him, strange to bring it up. I am seeing so many of these vehicles in town where I live. All of a sudden, it went from like one person had it to like, I don't know, like 15 running around town now. And I live in a small town. It's a small town just outside of New York City, but I don't know. Is there a possible bottoming process going on here? Maybe. Here's my thing. That seems to be a level to struggle with, just over 15. So, up above 15, are you looking at maybe a stop of around 12.30, right? Trying to play it up to this upside of, I don't know, what do you pick, 17, 18? You pick 20 to the upside. It's setting up an interesting risk-reward scenario here. A lot of work to be done on that chart, but I don't think the vehicles are going anywhere. I see enough of them coming onto the streets at this point. Interesting chart. But again, what I continue to look at here is this move down, a move up, a move down, a move up, a move down. And these move downs have been more significant than the moves up right up until this rate here. And for those of you Elliott wave fans, is this a corrective wave or not? Where's that in the Elliott wave? No, we don't scan Elliott wave. We have no Elliott wave filters, alerts, or anything like that. But I do like to look at charts. I do like to consider Elliott wave patterns when I'm looking. So there's a corrective wave coming out of a primary wave. I'd certainly listen to that argument. It's a big float too. I didn't realize it was that big of a float. I thought it was a couple 100 million, not that high. What else do we have on tap today? Something I continue to look at and talk about here, this compare count window, 30-day high versus 30-day lows. This is the current day. This is 30-day highs versus 30-day lows currently for today. This, starts on market open. It's been running uninterrupted the whole day. That is not significant. I don't know what it is. And I take a note of this every day of how significant that it's skewed to one side or the other. And this thing has just been a beast for weeks and weeks and weeks. That's not to say there hasn't been days where it's skewed to the red side, but those days are fewer than the skewed to the green side days, and they're not as heavy. I've seen, I don't know if I've seen anything like this in weeks, to be honest. And we can see here, just a steady move down where we're really not making new 30-day lows. We continue to make 30-day highs with stocks here. So for those of you that are looking for some ways to gauge maybe some market strength, that might be one. From Tesla price drop. Interesting. Okay. So yeah, it's going to be, they're definitely going to be a battle there. I guess technically that's Musk versus Bezos, right? No, Rivian's from Jeff Bezos. No, I think it is anyways. If I'm wrong, someone correct me. Speaking of Tesla, who had this on their bingo card, right? I believe Tesla was done here, right? Like when it got rejected off that 300 and then fell 200 and then it got under 200 and couldn't claim back over 200 again, I believe it was done. Musk is it's over. Twitter, blah, 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 whatever else. I mean, I'm not saying they're out of the woods. I'm not saying anything. All I know is that that's a pretty huge jump from there to there, as far as I can tell. This is just one of those stocks. I mean, insane move up, hefty move down, and quite the move back up here again. What does it do from here? I have no idea, but this is a pretty big technical level looking at this chart for it to be above. And I wouldn't be surprised if in a week or 2 weeks we saw it chop at that 300 level right now. Someone might look at this and say, geez, maybe on a strong market sentiment and this holding above this level here at that 240 level, do I take a shot at $60 up versus 45 down, give or take? I wouldn't argue that. I'm not personally going to do it. My mind always goes to swing trading first when I'm looking at charts, generally speaking. He's an investor in Rivian. Oh, okay. I thought he kind of started the company. Sorry. He's an investor in Rivian. Interesting. Okay. That's interesting. I mean, two people I ain't betting against ever are Musk and at least not long term anyways. I'm not going to bet against Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos long term. That's for sure. Say whatever you want about them, like them, hate them, whatever else. What they have done has been incredible. And I know people come after Musk. Well, all this government money is subsidized. And does it change anything? It literally changes nothing. Literally changes not one thing, right? So the only thing that matters is the price of that stock right now. That's it. Is there a way to scan for stocks where price has approached a gap up or gap down area? On the day, yes. Outside of the day, I don't really think so, to be honest. On a day, I would do something like this. Let me pull up a new top list here and bring this over. So on the day, what I would do is this. I'd get a gap filter. Let's go with gap, add that filter. Okay. That is not the right button, Chris. Add filter. There we go. All right. And let's say you're going to have to pick, you got to get a gap, minimum of 3%, right? And it gapped up a minimum of 3%, right? Let me hide the other unused here. And then, the change from the open, maybe say, a max of minus 0.25. So it can't be more than 0.25% below from the open, because the open is what the gap would have been, right? And then maybe a max above it. I don't know. I'm just throwing arbitrary numbers here, and a max of 0.5. So essentially what we've told the scan to do is, find me stocks where it opened 3% above the previous close. So there's our gap. And now find me stocks that are up and around that gap, no more. See also where they're no more than 0.25 below that open. They're also no more than 0.05 above that open. And that would find you stocks that are, in and around that gap. That's how I do that there, Trader Tim. On a longer term basis, I'm not sure. I don't, let's peel through some filters here and see if there's something. Let me look at a full alert window, because there might be an alert. There's so many alerts, and there's no way for anybody to have this all memorized off the top of their head, right? That'd be ridiculous. I know there's like some kind of gap retracement alert, maybe. Sorry, just gonna peel through these things here. Going down. All right, so false total retracement in dollars. So you might try one of these alerts as well, but again, these are going to be daily here. These, false gap retracement, false gap down retracement, gap down reversal, gap up reversal. You might find something useful in those there. And you might even find a combination of using these kinds of alerts with what I showed you already. I think those are going to be the main things that I'd point you towards. You might also use those filters that I showed and maybe some kind of channel breakdown, breakout, consolidation, maybe some of these alerts as well. You might want to see one of those. Might be something to look at there. Might be something there. Crossed above resistance or below support. Those might be something to look at with those filters that I did with the gap and the change from open filter. I don't think anything here is really going to be. It's subjective. You can definitely no fibs going to be involved in that. I think you want an upward thrust. Crosses don't make sense for that at that point. MACD I don't think is going to make sense. Stochastics won't make sense. Candle patterns don't really hold weight for that at all. Again, these are opinions that I'm throwing out there. That does not mean I'm right. That doesn't mean completely blow them off. You may see things completely different than me and be right. Volume, I don't think it's going to have any relevance to any of that whatsoever, what you're looking for. Range, I don't think so. Because, the range is can vary so much. And you're trying to find things around a specific point. No, it's not confusing at all. I mean, hopefully some of what I threw out made sense in answering you there, Tim. Let me know. I'm trying to find other things that we might be able to plug in to do what you're looking for outside of what the couple of things that I was able to show already. This is the kind of stuff I like to do, though, to be honest. This is what makes me better at everything, peeling through all these different alerts and filters and thinking how they may or may not fit into a scenario. And, having a back and forth about it, right? If I'm just talking to myself all day and confirming my own opinions, that's going to do nothing to help me or anybody else, right? Obviously, options volume have nothing to do with it. And some of these filters may play a role in how you want to scan for something, right? So you may want to look for something that's in and around the gap, right? Just below, just above, right at it, more or less. And then you want to add more to it, giving it more and scenarios with some of these filters. So I want to see it in and around that gap. Plus, I want to see it have 2 1-minute consecutive candles in a row or 3 1-minute consecutive candles in a row. So it's not just about finding it in and around the gap, but maybe momentum into closing that gap or into breaking through, back over that gap up, things like that. So those are the other things that I would consider that, more parts to the scan itself, right? You may want to say, again, maybe you want some kind of component, say, all right, I've got this list of stocks that are in and around this gap, but I also want to see the market strong or the market's weak. And you might want to use one of these filters in it, the NASDAQ, S&P, or the Dow filter, right? Maybe you want VWAP to be a part of it in some way. So that would be, my main takeaway from this would be to address the gap part of it would be the gap filter, finding stocks. What's that gap number you want to see, that with that minimum amount that they gapped up, and then in and around that. And you might also want to say something like this too, come back to the window specific filters. Oh, I went to an alert window. That's what happened. All right. So you might want to also say with this, yeah, I've got it, a minimum of 3%, but a maximum of, 7% on the gap, right? And then go from there too, right? Because the change from open is going to work relative to where it gapped to. So just to show you a little better here, what I mean with that is, let's take a top list again. And let's say we got stocks that gapped up in between 3 and 7%, right? And I want to see them no less than 0.25% below that gap and no more than 0.5% above that gap. Let's just put some price stuff in here to make sure we're not looking at crappy charts, or what, in my opinion, crappy charts. Let's say 1 million shares trade on the day, right? And so here we go. You know, and right now, that's all we're going to find, stocks that gapped up that much. Of course, these are, but look here, you know, this opened here and it's right about here right now, right? This opened here and there it is now, right now. So you had a gap up, big retracement, big bounce back up again, right? So those are the kind of things that I would be doing as an exercise. And then from here, do you want to break things down more? Obviously, there are not many stocks that are fitting this criteria. I suspect if I loosen this here and I said, let's say down 0.75 and up 0.75, I'll bet we'll see a few more stocks coming through there. And I was wrong. All right, let's see. Let's throw a 1 and a 1 there. That going to give us a few more. Wow. Everything has really moved off the gap. It's not around its open. Not a lot of stocks meet that criteria that they're around that around their open right now. They've either moved up or down significantly, more than 1% in either direction. Goes and tells you something, right? Let's see what happens if we do this here. We're a minimum gap of 3%. That brings in a few more stocks. I'm guessing that's a buyout. Oh, here you go, retracing back near that gap, right? We already looked at those. What happens if I get rid of volume here? That's ridiculous. 3 shares traded today. That is funny. So it looks like volume is the issue there, really. Hopefully that made some sense and helped thought process for at least you, Tim, and maybe a few others on any sort of scan building. ASST's on the move again. Ran right up into the VWAP. Couldn't quite get through that. Back near testing the low of the day. Well, we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. What do we got coming through the races now? ARVN. Thing is just chugging along here, up a cool 18.75%. Pharmaceutical preparation. I think Mike C mentioned BE. Was that Bloom Energy, right? Yeah, Bloom Energy. You can see that I've had some interest in this stock in the past. These lines drawn all over it. Ain't that something? I drew these lines a long time ago. Still relevant for all you random walk, for all the random walk fans out there. There's my argument against it. Price has memory. What else? What else? What else? A few stocks here continuing to plow into new all-time highs. EXTR, GPK, we talked about this several times over the last few months. Just kind of plugging along here. What is this? Builder's First Source. What a monster move. CCJ, that's a uranium stock, no? Yep, uranium. I hear the whisper.
I'm trying to be a bird. Your little birds in the background are great.
Well, it's great when I can have my doors and windows open, for the screen doors, and they're not drilling and hammering away on the building they're putting up next to me.
But it's got to be one of the happier sounds in life to hear birds tweeting away.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more.
Yeah. I'd say we probably have a couple of canaries, except we have a couple of cats. So that won't work. That won't work. Not that they'd get the canaries would be petrified all day long. Not that the cats would get to them, but you know what I mean.
Yes.
They'd be sitting and staring at them all day long.
So
unfortunately, we can't have canaries.
There'd definitely be a stare down.
Oh yeah. I know we'd win. Okay, my friend. It's 12:58. Do you want to take off or?
Yeah, I guess. I can see the emails are piling up on me right now.
Okay. All right.
So I'll let you take the comm.
Okay, let me get the screen sharing going. There I am. I think I'm back. Looks Chris, as always, thanks for filling in for the hour. Nice to get a break. So thank you very much.
Always a pleasure. Hopefully everybody got something out of that. And I will see you in the next whatever I see you in, Barry.
Tomorrow.
Yes, tomorrow. That's it. All right. Take care, everyone.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
All right, guys. So, yeah, I'm not seeing a tremendous amount right now. I did see this AUUD pop in here. My issue with it, again, looking left, I just think that there could be too much, well, maybe not. I mean, the next high looking left, if you can get through all this stuff, is around 175. So something's happening with AUUD, obviously. Some volume came in and don't see any specific news on it. But some volume came in right there, right at noon, and popped it up and got all the way up to 155, pulled all the way back. I mean, that's the problem. I mean, look at the pullback. So the high of 155 pulling all the way back to $1.15. I mean, these are massive, massive percentage moves. Is that what it is? Early meta headlines? Okay. Thank you, Denver. I see it's a launch of its Fader 3.0 mobile app. That was this morning. Has that got anything to do with Meta? I see this is actually halted now on the way down. AUUD is halted on the way down. The low float, 7.8 million, but again, I'm just looking left, very, very congested looking left on the weekly chart. I know I mentioned this SHLS, guys, this little break here. I think I mentioned it just over the 22 break or 26 break. I know I did because I said Next high looking left is 27.38. So, I mean, look, it's been inching its way up on a day in which I haven't really seen too many stocks, in a great trend, especially some of the stuff that we follow, giving big percentage moves. I haven't seen too many like that today. But again, it's SHLS. It's in fact, I remember exactly what I said. I said I won't take this because I'll be going on my break. But I mean, what did it get up to? Got up to 26, 27 from 20. Not terrible. How's XLE doing? The last time I looked, XLE was kind of falling. A lot of the bank stocks looked like they were falling. So stabilizing a little bit here. There was a pretty dramatic drop. Moving again further away from that 200-day moving average. One day, guys, one day. I know Chris was talking about Shopify in YouTube room. What a run it's been on. Nice little weekly, little flag, I guess, on the weekly. And when you look left, the next high on the weekly is, I think, way up here, $74. Okay, guys, now look at Pack B. This was early on. Pack B. I still have an alert set up here. I mean, it's at 1406 right now. I still have an alert set in that 1420 level. You never know. Later on in the day, it may take it out. And of course, the reason I'm interested at all is because when you look left on the weekly, lots and lots of room. So we'll see. We'll see what happens if it can get back up to those to the high, basically to the high of the day, and take that out on some volume and just start to run. I see that RUM is playing around the VWAP, RUM. I think it's playing around the VWAP, right? 1091 is the VWAP. Yeah, playing around it. Okay, we have a halt. Oh, okay. So the AUUD just resumed. I just think it's a little bit messy looking left, guys. I know I said that before. I just don't like the way it looks, so I'm not going to trade it. No, the AMLI has come back, but again, when I look left earlier on in the day, again, I look left and I just see some stuff happening on the weekly that could prevent it from moving. So again, I'm just not interested in the AMLI. The only one I'm really interested again on the AI is if PACB can get back over about that 1420 mark and see if it can run from there. It may not happen. Let's take a look at EH, sort of airline sector in China. Yeah. And where I'm finding these guys, I mean, I'm not getting too many alerts, so I'm just looking at my top list right now, the 20-day range highs. I'm just starting to see if there's anything. That's where I saw again, where I saw the CHLS earlier. Boy, look at this one, TEC. Oh, this is the technology. Okay, the bear three times technology. Yeah, that is to be expected, especially with tech moving so high, much higher. The Kraft Heinz Company, guys. So take a look at this one, CHC, or sorry, KHC. Let's look left. And what do we see? The next low looking left is 35.98, maybe a little too close. Unfortunately, no, we cannot scan for OBV. Sorry about that. Ever wondering, I don't know if you're a subscriber or not, Kevin, but if you're ever wondering if we can do something, okay? Like, do we have this? Do we have that? If you right click on an alert window and then click on, configure, and then click on search. So, if you're wondering, well, what do we have for RSI? You just type in RSI, you see what we've got. What do we have for stochastics? That's what we have for stochastics. What do we have for MACD, etc. So you ask for OBV, type in OBV, and unfortunately, you had a big blank. Okay. So I don't know if you're a Trade Idea subscriber or you were just asking a general question. Well, you're able to create custom filters only with the data that we have. Okay, so let me explain that. So this is a question from our YouTube room. So you can't, let me just show you what I mean. So this is one. There is another one. So here's what we call our formula editor. Okay. So so the price, the last price, most recent close, expected open, things like that. Today's high, today's low, high the pre-market, low the pre-market. You can create custom formulas for the volume up in the last minute, 5 minutes. But for instance, if you wanted in 3 minutes for some reason, we don't have it. Okay. So you can't make something up. So in other words, like OBV as an example, you can't make it up. The SMA 250 and 20, if you wanted the 150, we don't have it. So you can take these are the data points that we have, and you can combine them to create like a new filter as long as we have the data points. Okay. This is not, I mean, when the company started, this is really like the bare bones way of creating a custom filter. I mean, just with our current data. No, we can't do it. Can't do it, Kevin. Sorry. These custom formulas that you can create are very, I mean, very few of our customers do it. Hey guys, again, number one focus is on this pack B in case later on, we need some volume to come in. See, the relative volume is only 0.99 now. I mean, it's not trading even normally right now. So that volume really has to pick up. It turned around and shorted this one, this AFRM. That was a nice original trade. And then all of a sudden just got wiped out right here in that red candle. Well, yeah, you're right. I mean, even this IFBD, maybe it comes back to that 226, which I have a price alert set right there. So the issue with that one would be, okay, what did it get up to? It got up to 248, which is kind of right there. And then right above it is 276. Well, maybe if we can get back up to 226 and it has a shot to get to the 250. And if it can somehow break that, then the 275. Yeah, no, Kevin, it's good to know ahead of time. If you're looking for very specific things and we don't have it, then yeah, there's no point in subscribing. I mean, we do a lot of other things I think really well, but if you have a very, very specific setup that you're looking for, I don't want to try to talk you into taking the software if we can't give you what you're looking for. Yeah, no problem, Kevin. Well, guys, oh man. So the high of the day is almost 250. No news on this one. We are looking for news in the pre-market, why this was moving higher. I don't think we could find it. It's China, low float China. Problem is, of course, it had a massive pullback. Is it on not Zen and not at IB Interactive Brokers? You can trade it. CHPT, yeah, there's 61,000 shares, but that's Interactive Brokers, of course. This was down here. This almost got. I remember I put this down here because this came in. Only one stock today came in on the 10-day daily breakdown, and that was it. But it could not take out its all-time low, which is down here. Close, but down to about 789, and the all-time lows are on 781. So that kind of held it, and it's bounced from there. So some of the foods, so Campbell's Soup, we saw that had earnings, I believe last week. Yes, Campbell's Soup, CPV had earnings last week. Continuing down, we saw Heinz, KHC also was moving down. So a couple of big food companies. If we think that Campbell soup is food. I agree. What I need. All right, guys, fill up that water. Mm. AVXL, guys, AVXL continued to move down here. That showed up on my 20-day range low early. Again, on days like today where I'm not finding a lot of stocks that are, in a nice constant trend, definitely I turn to my 20-day range low and high. And I know Shady was talking about BE, and that showed up right around here at 1620. That's been a nice move. I mean, it's 16. Remember, this is a top list, okay, a top list window. So what I meant, you got it, didn't you, Leanne? Yeah, Campbell soup, not food. All right, guys, I'm going to do a video now. Let's see, I got to figure out what I'm going to do a video on, but I'm going to do a video now. Okay, let's see, what time is it now? It is 13:20, 1:20, so say 1:30, should be back by about 1:30. Okay, guys, so I'll put myself on mute. All right, guys, I'm back. Well, I'm just waiting on something to happen here. Well, you can see right off the bat, the IFBD, it stalled again right at the alert price. So nothing shaking there. PAC-B continues to hover around the alert price, but I need it to be up to about 1420 before I get interested. May not happen. It doesn't look like the ASST is also going to come back. It's not an AI alert, but was wondering maybe, it gets back up to this level here and then pops through three, but that may not happen. It is a low float. 84 million have traded. And this is all to do with having a new AI bot for Discord. I'm going to say Burlington's had a great day, and then look left. I mean, it's had a nice day, but look left on that weekly chart. Just has been in a free fall from about 240 down to 150 on that weekly chart. So yeah, it's having a bit of a bounce day today, but it has a long ways to go. Let's take a look at Carvana and see if that Carousel. I mean, the Carousel thing, it hit it. I guess that's where it came out. Hit it, knocked it down, but the memers certainly got back into it. The VWAP is 2018, so I'm going to stick an alert right around there. In fact, you can just kind of see it's right at the bottom, right around this, right on this 15-minute, about 30 minutes, 30, 45 minutes of trading right around there. I guess that makes sense. That is where the VWAP would be. Well, as it would be, as you would have it, I should say, Kidney actually had a little bit of a move. KDNY didn't want to take it because it's a buyout, but had a little bit of a move here from 37.68 to 37.98, a 30-cent move. If this weren't a buyout, I'd be looking at this one as, will it take this out and start to run? But remember, it's a buyout. Too bad. I'm looking at this EOLS that showed up on the 20-day range low. But when you look left, to me, looks like there could be some decent support right around that 8 level. So I'm going to pass on that. The energy stocks since the open have had a bit of a bounce, I believe. Oracle has earnings after hours, guys. So bets are being placed right now. Bets are being placed absolutely that they're going to be good. A lot of volume. Look at the daily volume. That is biggest in a while. 5 times normal volume for Oracle or RCL. That does not mean, that just because the market right now is suggesting, it's going to be a good earnings release doesn't mean it's going to happen. Guys, I'll be right back. Well, look at this one, guys. It's an all-time high for this INTA. All-time high for INTA. Boy, this has come a long way. 13 to 48. Took a while, but depends. Well, in less than a year though. Less than a year from 13 to 48. Okay, guys. Well, listen. It's again, it's getting a little bit slow for me here. So if you have any questions, now's a good time. Just looking at anything that might start to move from here, but just doesn't. Today is just not one of those days. I'm not saying there's nothing that's moving, just none of the stuff that I'm following. Carvana looks like it's again approaching the VWAP, CVNA approaching the VWAP. All right. Anybody with Trading View? I had a question about that last week, and it's kind of a lull in the action for me. Anybody with Trading View have a question? Nobody with Trading View. All right, let's take a look at some of these races, see if there's anything interesting. Maybe something that's pulled back to the VWAP or getting close to a high or something, just anything. Yeah, everything's just really, really pulling back badly. DFLI, that looked pretty promising at the beginning, all the way up to 450. Pulled back, but could not hold and is continuing to drift down. Well, again, I don't know what this, I mean, the MGOL, I mean, maybe it's, what's to me, it's just ugly. It's just ugly. Okay. So VWAP, of course, so you have TradingView, right? I know we're going to have a little delay in hearing my question and you're responding in YouTube. So if you can see my screen, this is my question. And this started happening last week for some reason, and I cannot get rid of it. It keeps asking me for my broker. Do I want to trade directly? And yes, I click on the minus, and it goes away. Then sometimes on the right hand side, I get the bid ask all the way down. Never happened before. It's I don't know why it's happening. You should be able to minimize whatever down here, and that's it. But all of a sudden, it'll just pop up again and again on the right hand side. But even worse, sometimes when I'm clicking on it, the chart takes up my entire monitor for whatever reason. It goes from being this size and goes to my entire monitor. I cannot figure out why. No. So, I mean, there's my question. I mean, if that makes sense, all of a sudden it says, do you want to trade using a broker? Never happened before. And it expands down here. And then sometimes I'll get a whole list of like a bid ask on this side. I don't want it. I would have thought, if I say it once, no, thanks. Does that make sense? One moment, please. I want to, I'll answer your question. Absolutely, Brooke. Oops. See what happened? I just clicked on, see, log into your broker account to start trading. I can X that out all day long. I can click that minus sign. That's what I want to see, of course. And then every now and then on the right-hand side, like a big bid ask column shows up as if I want to trade it. So that's your task, VWAP. Okay, Brooke, how do we set up a watch list of specific stocks? So I can tell you, okay, I just want to also though refer you to the guide because you may not remember everything I'm going to say. Okay. And we call them symbol lists. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link and you go to the education section, click here, and then click on the guide, user guide. And if you scroll down till you see watch lists, okay, symbol list, watch list, that is that's detailed about how you do it. Okay, detailed. Now, so there's your reference, okay? VWAP, I can close it, but then it pops up again. See, everything is closed right now, right? Everything is closed right now. You can see on my screen, everything is closed right now. And then, if I click on an alert, maybe not the first time, but eventually it just pops up again saying, hey, do you want to trade? So Brooke, so what you do is you first start off with an alert window or a top list window, okay? And how you want to monitor your specific stocks. That's the first thing, and it'll be in the guide. So let's just do this for fun. I'll click on make a new top list window. Okay, so let's just pretend that this is what you want to see. Okay, this is how you want to monitor stocks between $5 and $35, 300,000 shares, up 2% from the previous close. Now, what you do is you click on symbol list, and where it says create new list, you create new list. Click on the create new list. Okay, and we'll call it Brooke. Okay. Now, here's where you can actually put symbols in. Okay, maybe you can either, if you have a bunch of symbols that you've been able to say copy that are in a row, you can paste them in here. But let's just say okay now. Okay, and you see how Brooke Personal is over here. Hopefully you can see that. You have to find your symbol list in this column over here. Okay, now when I created it like this, it shows up. Sometimes though, if it doesn't, then you have to go to add existing list and find it. And then when you left click on it, it'll move over here. Okay, move over here. So the bottom line is, though, if you use it, create new list, it should, once you've created it, it should show up, okay, in this left-hand column. Now, the next step is you right-click, configure, and symbol list. Now, more than likely what you want to do is, and this is why I'm saying, you have to have a way in which you monitor your watch list, either in an alert window or a top list window. It's up to you. And list, this is a drop-down menu. You know, all symbols is more than likely already highlighted. And then you just say only the following lists, and then you check it. Okay, you check your the one that you created. You can have more than one, of course, but let's say you just want to do one. And now that symbol list is attached to your alert window or to your top list window. And that's how you monitor it. Okay. Again, this is in the guide. Now, the other thing is you want to edit it. This is not intuitive. You have to go to Tools, Symbol Lists. Okay. And if this is the first time you've ever done it, you'll see it immediately. But there's Brook, it's empty. But let's just say, and then you highlight it. Now you edit it. So now you'll have a list of stocks probably. Now you can add some, subtract, delete some, and then say okay. So that's how you edit your symbol list. And not too intuitive. You've got to go to Tools, Symbol Lists, and then just find the one you want, and then highlight it and edit. Okay. Well, I went online and VWAP, and I actually, I literally typed that question in. You know, how do I stop the pop up asking me to which broker do I want to use to trade? Couldn't find anything. It basically started talking about just like you said. You know, if I have my trading panel, expanded or something, okay, how to minimize it? Yes, but that's not what's happening. Very strange. Okay, Brooke, did that kind of help? Okay, more than likely. So VWAP. So you're talking about how are you trying to trade it? Are you trying to use the buy and sell button on the chart? Well, like here's my default long strategy in the right here. Okay, so and I've assigned that to my buy button. Is that what you're talking about? I will try that then. Okay, home help center. Okay, let me just write that down. Help center. Thanks. I'll try that later. Thank you very much. So your question though, are you trying to use the buy button to buy or sell? Like you've assigned one strategy as your buy. You've enabled. But what are you right clicking on? You're not right clicking on the strategy. That doesn't trade it. That just edit. You can edit it. Ah, trade. I see. Okay. Okay, I got you now. Um, so you've got, well, let me just try one. I haven't used this forever. First of all, let me get the symbol up. Certainly you can do this. I mean, if you use the buy button right here, and here's my enabled long strategy, $5,000 at the market, stop at the low. So when I click buy, and if I go all the way down to approximately where it is, see, so it just took the trade. It added to the trade I was already in. But you're talking about any tickers in here, and you want to trade. Boy, I haven't used this for so long. Okay, so that worked. It took the ONSI trade. I had clicked on ONSI. Let me click on right click on Vroom, right click on Vroom, trade it, $5,000 at the market. So it should take it immediately. Click, and it took the trade. You can see on my screen how it is taking those trades. Now, the other thing is, as Pepe is going to say, do you have the account set up? That's probably the reason. Okay, so if I right click on, say, my default right there that I've assigned to the buy button, I do have to go to edit trading strategy, and where it says accounts, I have to make sure that it doesn't say none. The two options right now are none or simulated trading default. Okay, so you have to assign it something to the account. That's probably the reason it's not working, because you don't have an account assigned to it. Yeah, so that's probably the reason. Well, first of all, okay, let me start here. Okay, so mine are grayed out also. The buy sell are grayed out. So the only way ass- I have to take one long strategy and assign it to the buy button. So again, I'm going to take, and it says default chart off. So I'm going to go 5,000 shares or $5,000 at the market, and I'm going to set as default chart long strategy. So it should say on, and then the minute you do that, the buy button. Unless, let me just see something here. Yeah, that's the reason. Okay. So that's I think that is the reason. Okay. It's the assigning. So right click on your strategy, be it this one, your default that you're assigning to your buy, or any one of these. I don't know how many you've got, but if you just got one, so you have to right click, edit the trading strategy, edit the trading strategy. The minute you do that, this box will pop up. It'll say down here, it says accounts, and you see what it says, none, not connected. So click on accounts. Here account says none, and click on simulated trading default and save it. And okay. And now that buy button and your other strategy, you have to go through each one of these, depending how many you've got. You would have to edit each one of those strategies and assigning. Now, are you just simulated trading? Are you just simulating trading? Or are you actually trying to connect to either IB or E-Trade? Because if you're trying to connect to IB or E-Trade, then of course you've got to click on live and then, excuse me, when you edit, I'm assuming that when you, like you'll have you'll have more choices, IB or E-Trade. But if you're talking about just simulated trading, then that's all it is. So again, right click, edit the trading strategy, and assign the account to it. And then make sure you say save and okay. Then you should be good to go. That grayed out will change to a buy button that you can actually click on. That work? Bingo. Thank you. Great. Okay. All right, good. I found the help center. Okay, I'll do that afterwards. Oh yeah, absolutely do practice, practice, practice until you get it down pat. Look at this market, guys. Meanwhile, the market has been slowly after that little bit of a downturn early, just more rippage. Let's take a look at the SPY. Yeah, we still have ways to go to get back up to the 470 mark, but boy, oh boy, what a nice recovery. 380 to 431. I guarantee most people probably thought this was it, that red bar. And then the next day or this is the week, the next start anyway, started moving down and it just stopped at 380. And since then, it's been, you've had a couple of 3 weeks where it was kind of chopping around, but boy, this is another one that I saw in the 20-day range high, CRDO, probably right around here. No, I'm sorry, that's the daily chart right around here, around the 17 on the 17 break, and did not take this one, but look at the room it has, 1951, so over $2. Liking these guys, especially when it gets a little bit boring. These are not rocket ships. You're not going to see like the 100% moves. But boy, oh boy. All right, so I took a bunch of these trades just to show. Let's see if the CYTH, if it ever can come back. So this is a way in which you can practice swing trading too, guys. If I don't exit any of these, or if I don't exit a trade by the end of the day, then you can practice swing trading. Boy, there's only one earnings play, guys. I've got my earnings play up and down. Only one today. That's it. CTLT. That was the only one. And it would have been a great looking fade from that 43.58. All right. Well, AHI, let's take a look if it's doing anything. AHI. Look at that. Let's take a look at VIAV, guys. VIAV, nice little pattern. It's take a look left. Hmm. Yeah, to me, there's just too much potential resistance at 1050. So it's not far enough away. If it were up here, if the next high is looking left, we're more at around 11. I'd really like this one, but to me, it could easily stall around 1050. Now, if you told me it would get up to 1050, that's fine. But a lot of times they stall ahead of where the next highs are. So I will not take that one. Now look at rum, guys. Rum, RUM. Not but rum. Little break out of 11. The highs today were 1125. Still got a ton of room. Remember, these are designed for swings. This is the trade of the week. The trigger was at 1046. So this has been a very successful one so far. How you trade it is up to you if you do trade it at all. I know what I would have been doing though is taking some profit. Same thing, guys. Look at Rover, ROVR. I look left and just might be too much. Now, if we can get through that, wow, if we can get through this 520 to 25 level, the next highs are almost at 6 for Rover, ROVR. Ugly. Wow, look at this LEJ. I saw you guys talking about this, but how ugly was that? 327 right back down to 2. This is what I'm talking about, guys. I'm not saying there's nothing that is trending, but it'd be nice to find one that, has a pop and then maybe a little bit of a pullback and then a rest and then starting to move again. I'm not seeing too many like that. Not in what I am following. And guys, all these are in the simulator. I was just wanted to see if something was working correctly, and it was, but I just sort of started taking these trades in the simulator. Nordstrom's, JWN. What a run it's been on. JWN. Boy, it's got some room, guys. Retailers have been actually a lot better than I think a lot of people thought. 2153, 2145 is the next high looking left. So a little less than $1 away on the weekly chart for Nordstrom's, JWN. This is what I'm talking about. I don't want to connect to a broker. Hey guys, gonna put myself on mute for just a bit. What time is it right now? 4:11, 14, 4:11, 14:11, 2:11. Okay, I'm back. So using well, you can, if I understand what you're saying, well, of course, when you click on an alert in Trade Ideas, it can load in your trading view chart. And then from there, if you want to do that, you can trade, assuming your broker is listed as one of the brokers. Is that what you mean? But if you're talking about using Brokerage Plus, no. But if you're talking about, well, I'm sure you know that though, right? I mean, you click on an alert and it'll load into your TV chart. And then if you want to trade it from within your TV chart, I'm assuming, of course you can, because I know the annoying pop-up happens all the time for me. Wow, Cardero or Credo. I'm going to really pay a lot more attention to this tomorrow, depending on what sort of a market we have tomorrow. Just getting too many nice little alerts, not alerts, but just remember, this is a top list. But from where I saw these originally, they've been just moving steadily, no rocket ships as I term them, but really, really nice little plays. Again, I'm sharing these two scans. No. Okay, I see what you mean. No, you can't do that, view app. No. What I try to zero in on these are ones that are just say near the whole number or above. So let's just, for argument, take a look at LSPD. Okay, LSPD. So what do we see when we look left? It's not bad, but it's not great. Actually, what am I saying? This is actually pretty good. Look at LSPD, guys, on the weekly chart. Okay, so now we're through the 200-day moving average. That's that blue line right there. If you look at the weekly chart for LSPD, it looks like the next high is 1811. So we're at 16 right here. But what these are showing us, so the current volume's at least one. I wanted to be trading at least somewhat normally. 600,000 shares, up 4% from yesterday's close, within 10% in the daily range, within 10% in the range, the position in the daily's range. So these are going to be near the high of the day, and of course, got to be above the 20-day high. That's the key. But these are all stocks that are going to be near the daily high, above a 20-day high, and then you just look left. Well, where could it keep going? So this LSPD is interesting. I mean, it's a beaten up stock when you look at it. Position in a lifetime range is like way down at 3%. So that means this stock must have been, in the hundreds. Yeah, I don't know, VWAP. I'm trying to, I'm actually using the help center. I don't think there's going to be something that's that specific. I just typed in the something like don't want the broker option to appear. Not getting anything. You know, I've got an alert set for this ZJYL set at around 1630. I'm going to see if this takes this out later. You know, I mean, it's had a big pullback, but now it's starting to run again. I can kind of see if it can take out 1630, the highs of those of the 1215 and 1230 candles. It may take a stab at the high of the day. So I've got an alert set there and see if it happens. You can see it almost got there. Get up to 1498 and these highs right there. It's a little okay, 14. Got up to 15 and these highs are around the 1620 mark. I did. I went to the help center. Oh, okay. Well, let me try again. Help center. Oh, my support tickets. Okay. Ah, okay. Thank you. Thank you. I see now. What category is it? Maybe we'll call it trading. Okay. Okay. Thanks. Thanks. All right. Let's see what happens. Thank you, VWAP. I didn't realize that was there. I should have had another chart open so I could have taken the screenshot, but that's okay. We'll see what happens. Ah, and there's Pepe coming in with the answer. I love it. The paper trading option. Where the heck is that? In the gear? Okay, well, I'll wait for it to pop up again. Thanks. We'll see if that works. Thank you. Keep an eye on rum, guys. Rum is still pretty interesting. It's got that look, you know. It's holding around 11. I'm just waiting for it to pop up now, Pepe. Not only does he support trade, and then this happens though. You can't see. All of a sudden, the screen, instead of being this size or this window or this chart, it takes over the entire monitor. But anyway, that happens infrequently. All right, ZJYL. Let's see. Are you going to? Yeah, guys, this is getting really interesting. If it fires through 1630, this is something that's very risky, but this is something that we've seen this sort of thing before. 1.5 million in the float. And what did it get up to? Got up to 2079. Again, this could be the late dayer, you know. Oh, it's in China. We know it's in China, Michael. That's what makes it juicier, you know. That's what makes it crazier. All right, guys. Well, while I'm waiting for that to see if it happens, just one last look at my homepage. Oh, clicking on my homepage link, you'll be brought to this page right here. Okay, so I know there's going to be a better promo code, so if you want to hold off, that's fine. Probably 25% off the first month or the entire year. But if you can't wait, you can take out a subscription right now. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the Get Started. 10 videos, about 30 minutes long. If you're new to trading, Trading 101 is for you. I do a daily stock of the day video. It's free, of course. Trade of the week, which has been pretty nice so far, is rum this week. You can sign up for it. You'll get it about an hour before the markets open every Monday morning. Big education section is here. And then here are my scans. You want my scans? Here they are. Okay. And if you don't know how to load my scan, for instance, just take a look at, so I'll click on the pre-market actives up, and you notice it goes into a tab, new tab. There's the link. So I'm going to highlight it, copy it, Control C. I'm going to copy it, and then File, Load from Cloud. And you'll notice that this string here is the same as this one here. If you've done it correctly, and then you just load it. Now it's on your monitor. I did first option to connect a broker. I connect, log into your broker account to start trading. I don't see the option for paper trading. Sorry. I'm sure it must be there somewhere. So now once it's on your scroll down the lower panel. Ah, okay. Let's see if that has, yeah, I see some tiles. Let's see if one of them is paper. Ah, paper trading. There it is. Like they don't want you to really connect to paper trading. I see the tile. Ah, connect. All right, let's see if that worked. Thank you. Okay, let's see if that works. Thank you, Pepe. We'll see if that works. I'll be, again, indebted. So guys, okay, I'm sorry about that. So this is what I was saying though. Okay, so once you have it on your screen, okay, so think about what's happened. You've gone to my work and to my homepage. You saw a scan you liked. You clicked on the link. You loaded it, and now it's on your screen. Now you have to save it to your cloud. Basically, you've taken it out of my cloud. You put it on your screen. Now you got to save it to your cloud. So again, right click, save or share to cloud, save it. Okay. If you just so if you don't do that, then it won't be saved. Where do you get the trade of the week again? Okay, you can sign up right here, HN. Okay, so again, I'll put my homepage link in one more time. Oops, that's the string. So let me put my homepage link in one more time. Okay, so click on my homepage and then give me a moment. Okay, so you'll be brought, this is what you'll see to begin. Scroll down until you see the trade of the week. Okay, then you can sign up for it. And if you sign up for it and next week you don't get it, you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder, okay? And that should, you should find it, one of those two spots. That's what, we get that question quite a bit. I signed up for the trade of the week. I'm not getting them. So you have to check your spam and or your promotional folder in Gmail. Okay? And that is free. So far, so good, Pepe. Nah, this just showed up here. I can close it, of course, but that never happened before. I mean, if it only happens infrequently, I guess it's not the end of the world. Just don't know. I have placed too many trades today. I'm not sure I understand what you mean, Baba. I've done two trades today, if that's what you mean. Just the affirm early. Oh, these are simulated trades. Okay, I was just demonstrating how you can take a trade in using our simulator. That's all. Okay. Somebody was having an issue, not able to click the buy button, and so I said, okay, I wanted to see if it was an issue, but we figured out what was going on. But I was taking some trades just to prove to myself that it was all working. Boy, Carvana guys is still not listening to Carousdale. Oh, yeah, I'll just say it. I mean, today has been a blah day for the AI, no question. I mean, the only one that really worked was the Affirm early, but after that, nothing really else really worked that well. Kind of a blah day. I would anticipate tomorrow might be a little bit better. The reason being is that when I'm looking at all these alerts, none of them are earnings plays. And the thing about an earnings play is that typically they're active all day long. They don't just stall like most of these things. They're just kind of stalled. So I don't think there's one earnings play in here. Now we're not in earnings season at all, but even last week we had, two or three a day, and a couple of them would make it into the AI. Not because it was an earnings play. That wasn't a filter, for the strategy. It's just that when it made it in, then it was active all day. But I've got some thumbnail charts and they're just like stuck doing absolutely nothing. Yeah. Wednesday will be a big day, I guess. I guess the market is factoring in no interest rate change, but who knows? So I think if we get a 25 basis point change, I think the market's not going to react well. Yeah, you're right about the Oracle too. I mean, I have the same feeling. Put all sorts of stuff about AI, but it's had a nice pop so far. Excuse me, so far ahead of earnings after hours today. There's your gamble though. Would it take out Friday's low, 107? So what are you going to do? Put a $10 stop or so? And so where could it go? $20? Guys, I'll be right back. So Mr. Two, when you say implied volume is still 10 points after, how do you I know what implied means. I know what volume means, but how is that related in terms of stock? Like what are you looking at to get that sort of an answer or a figure? Options. Okay, it is options. Okay. Kind of what I thought, but not being an option trader at all. So you can get So you can get that number for any stock, obviously, and it doesn't mean it's going to happen. It's PJ on earnings. So on earnings. So any stock on earnings. Of course, it doesn't. So here's your question, or your how reliable is it? Right? How reliable is it? In other words, what? Just a minute. I should be talking with my mouth full. Just a minute. Okay, so the implied volatility. Okay, so they give out a number. So yeah, I mean nothing is 100%, but it's only good if I don't even know what that percent would have to be. It wouldn't even be the percent. It would be okay, the actual that number too. So I mean, if something was implied at 10 and that worked, and something was implied at 1 and it didn't work, and you're trading the same amount, obviously that is still a tremendous win. But sometimes more accurate than 80%. All right. Well, let's see. I won't be around, but we'll see what happens with Oracle. Yeah, of course, of course. I'm not absolutely not hold. Of course, we're not holding you to anything, but be interesting just to see. And Nvidia was 20. It was a little under. I mean, it was more than 20, but you were right about I'm sure that Oracle will say, "Hey, don't forget about us. We are also AI." Forecasted OCI growth and AI acceleration drive Oracle stock. Okay. Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. OCI. Didn't know what that was. Okay. Where do I pull that up? What website do you use? So the IVR for AI is 105. Oh, of course not. Of course they're not always right. Of course not. If they were always right, then believe me, I wouldn't be doing this anymore. Just wait for earnings season and pile in. Oh, I see. Fidelity. Okay. Well, maybe Interactive Brokers has it too. I'm just looking here, trying to see if anything in my new window. So, advanced option tools, volatility lab, volatility trader. I wonder if anything, the option liquidity tool. Why don't I just type in implied? That's volatility over time, implied volatility by expiry. Option analysis, volatility over time. Well, tell you what, I will be leaving here at about 3:15. So, but when I come back, I will have Oracle up and running. So I'll be able to see, did we have a $10 pop? Really, PJ? Okay. Something I've never even never looked at. Ah, $10, but non-directional. Oh, I see. I see. Okay. Yeah, but we all know it's going higher, right? Right? And I'm just kidding. Anybody who's listening to me right now wondering, oh, the guy's saying Oracle is going to go higher on earnings. We're just having a little bit of fun here. We have no idea what's going to happen. Okay. The bets are being placed ahead of time. Certainly, well, I don't know if everybody who's been piling into the stock is holding a course. They could have just, but we'll have to see. Yeah, as PJ just said, it's a directional bet up or down $10. So how does that help? It sounds like we're covering all our bases. It could go up 10 or it could go down 10. So I guess if you're an option trader, that would mean something more. Exactly. That's what I figured, PJ. I mean, I don't know all the I don't know. I know the terms travel, but obviously, then just to try to play the stock outright as a like as a stock play, it doesn't really help. Okay. Okay, forget it. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, we're talking specific talks only, stocks only. Sorry about that. That's my fault. Should put everything in general market talk. Sorry about that. That is my fault. I got carried away. Well, Pepe, other than that one little time that popped up, so far, so good. And if that's going to be how frequent it is, I can live with that. So thank you so far. I know a lot of Sophie players out there, SOFI. So let's take a look at Sophie. This is on the 10-day or the 20-day breakout. Obviously, it's more than 20 days, but I mean, guys, the next high looking left is $10 for Sophie on the uh see, weird, isn't it? It just shows up like this out of nowhere. What if I can do something here? Don't ever, I don't want to see this. Yeah, Sophie, guys. Sophie's got room. I mean, there's a high up here of about $10 on the weekly chart. So Sophie, I wish this were earlier in the day because I'd probably take this one, put a 9 stop on it and see what happens. It's extended on the weekly. I guess we could say that, but boy, Carvana does not want to quit, guys. Yeah, CV. It's going to be interesting to see what happens with it tomorrow and see if Carousel comes out with another. Well, here you go. So Carvana is taking on the big boys. Carvana trading higher after Citigroup maintained and raised its price target from 11 to 25. I think they did that last week, right? This is just sort of a rehash. That's Citigroup. Maybe not. Maybe Citigroup wasn't one of those ones. But I do recall some price targets. But here's Carousel. So they came out today. Well, if you read this, you'd never invest in it, would you? You'd never take this trade, but it doesn't really matter, I mean, if enough traders get together and say, we don't care what this is, it's not even a company anymore. It's just a stock play. That's all it is. They're treating this like a company, of course, which is what these guys do. But right now, whoever's buying this right now is just treating it as a stock play. Look at the market. Look at this big green bar. Drysdale's pretty good though, Cam. I thought. I can't remember what else they've done in the past, but I think they've done some pretty decent work on the short side. What's the float on Finch after the reverse split? Is it Finch? FNCH? FNCH? What was the it's just altered. You're right. What is the ratio? Will the ratio be here anywhere? I'm just trying to find the ratio. 1 for 30. Okay. So basically, I mean, this was already pretty low. This is going to be insanely low now. 1 for 30. So just divide what we had anyway was 17 million. What? So, I mean, you're looking at about 500,000 shares in the float now. Okay. Let's see if that other website that is, everybody says is so great. Let's see what they say right now. Well, this looks like it's already adjusted. Yeah, so about 9,900,000. So maybe ours was a little bit low to start off with. But anyway, whatever it is, it looks like it's sub 1 million. Okay. So very low. And as you say, it was halted. Yeah, this could go crazy. Look at this. So here is your potential open. Here's their halt for FNCH at 1268. Potential open. You can see how it's changing. Again, this blue window is from Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with Trade Ideas. Yeah, it's my fault, real. I didn't. I got involved with the implied volatility and all that stuff. So I take full responsibility. Meanwhile, how is the other one doing? The one I was actually interested in, maybe taking a late day run. It doesn't look good. ZJYL had to take this out right here. Got very close. 16. Had to take out that 1630 mark. It got close, but could not break through. I think if it had, we might have seen a late day run in this one. Guys, so this room will shut down in about 15 minutes at 3:20. So good time to ask questions if you have any, as we wait to see what happens when Finch opens up. Which stock should I buy? Everything into Finch. All right, if this is a 5-minute halt, 259.59, so say 305. Well, guess what? It's going to be more than a 5-minute halt. DJ, you may be right about the AFRM. It's perking up a little bit here. Yeah, the AFRM. I do, yes. Last time I saw that, it was at 15, SDA was at 15 right here. I was looking at it and saying, okay, well, this is starting to act up also. Well, the next high looking left, $24 for soda SDA. Not saying it's getting there, and highly risky. China, 1.5 million in the float. Spread is a beautiful 1680, 1723. That's what I'm talking about. Look at the spread. Now it's even worse. Makes it very difficult to trade. Now, if it goes up $4 or $5, that spread doesn't matter, but we don't know if it's going to happen. And even AI, which is super, super hard to trade, in my opinion, intraday. But look at AI through the VWAP, I believe, 36.99. 36.99, so it's through the VWAP, but it's I mean, look how choppy this is on the daily chart. Topping tails, bottoming tails, big pop, drop, little move, then chopping around. Well, 310, guys, 310, and this could open. This is a FNCH. Let's see. There, wow, it's even moving higher. 14, 14. Let's see if it opens. And there it goes, guys. It just opened. Look at the spread. It was halted for 10 minutes. John Mack. Johnny Mack, your tennis fan. You wouldn't think you would have shorts available. Yeah, lots of data. You're right, JJ, especially Wednesday. I mean, tomorrow we've got data also, but yeah, we'll have to see how inflation has been reported tomorrow, which will have obviously a bearing on what happens on Wednesday. Well, as we know, U.S. stocks extend the rally. Investors bet the Fed will pause rate hike. So that's what I'm saying, guys. If they don't, if they even at 25%, I think we're going to see really a sort of a mini bloodbath on Wednesday if they do raise the rates again. All right, there's the Finch, guys. Well, Pepe, this is interesting. I think I've figured out why my the chart goes crazy in TradingView. It takes over my entire monitor. For some reason, Finch is not being recognized. When that happens, let me just see. Maybe I have to go add this external linking and do the edit. Maybe I have to do beginning is cut off also. No, still. It's only loading it as NCH, and that drives it crazy. See what I mean? Boy, rum is be really interesting to see what it does tomorrow. Holding up nicely. It's hanging around that 11 mark. Well, there's the AFRM, AFRM. Okay, it's back up to the over the alert price now. Nice, nice prediction, PJ. As this market just soars. Oh, look at the Finch, guys. Look at FNCH now. Oh, not in it. I'm not in it. Yeah, nice move, actually. Really nice move for AFRM. Moving with the market. I thought, you know what? I thought maybe this ZJYL might have started to be sneaking up here, but it doesn't look like it's going to. Okay, guys. Well, listen, I know for me anyway, a bit of a boring day, a little action at the beginning, but kind of a boring day. I think tomorrow will be as we get the CPI and then the Fed on Wednesday, so it should be a lot more action tomorrow. So I think I'll wrap this up unless there are some questions. I don't have to go, but if no questions, I will wrap this up. Anything is possible, Baba. Anything is possible. After hours, highly risky, but yeah, FNCH, you never know. No, I didn't have just had about three people in there in Discord, so I kept it going as long as I could, but it just didn't seem worth it. Sorry. I actually asked one day, is anybody there? All you have to do is post something. Nobody waited hours, so I figure that it's just not worth having it open. Yeah, I mean, you're right though. I mean, this FNCH could do something absolutely crazy with that float. No news, but that float. I'll be watching Oracle for a $10 move either way, just out of curiosity. And yeah. Okay, guys, I don't see any other questions, so I think I'll wrap this up now. Thanks for all of the help as usual. I'll open the room tomorrow. Be on the mic at 9. The room will be open at 8. Between 8 and 9, you guys can talk amongst yourselves. Then I'll get on the mic at 9 for both rooms. So have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. Now, YouTubers, the same for you guys. We'll see you guys tomorrow.